All right, let me plug my mouse back in over here and look at this damn tobacco off my desk here. Got a fresh bag of tobacco. I gotta roll most of it at some point today, but I'm not doing that now. Damn it. It makes a mess. Turn the damn TV off. That's when Gary wakes up and puts Fox News on. He makes me puke before I even have breakfast. Yeah. That's why I was like, thank God it's Monday. Because it's not Sunday or Sunday night or Sunday morning or whatever. Can't listen to it. Drives me nuts. I'd rather watch monkeys fucking than that shit. No offense to monkeys. All right. Looks crap up here. Sure the signal. Oops. Fucking Zoom just went on again. Signal seems good, so let me see here. It's been getting wonky. I was in the middle of completely restart and upgrade the Wi-Fi again. I guess the month was up. Alright, hang on. Let me pull up another link here, and then I'm going to open up that window for you. I pinned the link too. In case Wizard's lazy ass feels like hanging out or Nicole's. All right, let me open this here. I am brave. Oh no. Oh yes, I am. All right, cool. I'm here. All right. Sorry. No, it was quiet. I turn it down, in case I have to fart or something. I'm just joking. All right, let me share this window. Make sure this is proper here. Jake's passed out, which is good. He's not annoying me at the moment. All right, there is no audio on that, so I'm just going to put it this way. This is, y'all can see that? I'm probably going to have to expand it a little bit. All right. This is a guy called Tim Truth that I follow. He's on Odyssey. He's on DLive. I think he's on DLive. I follow him on Odyssey. He does daily stuff on there, and it's specifically related to this now lately. Long ones too. He does video compilations of everything from reactions to weird stuff. And people send this to him from not just here, but all over the world. So what he ended up doing, this is his website. And if you know, there's a website, VAERS, VAERS. It's a government website. You can go on there, you can put certain criteria, and it's a little tough to navigate and put your stuff in to get, you know, kind of the results that you're looking for, specifically when it's related to this thing right now, here and now, because that site, you can pull up data on a lot of other stuff. And it'll do reactions or illnesses or deaths and what have you. So his thing was he compiled this in a way that you can, if you can see, sorry, I have to look over at this computer too, by symptom, you know what I mean? So you can see that here, seizure, shaking, passing out, numbness, paralysis, blah, blah, blah. And then you can do all, you can narrow it down to all, or you can, I mean, you can do all or narrow it down to people that died within a week or died within a day. This is deaths now. But this is it pretty much compiles everything into a search engine from the VAERS website. This is from their site. It's just the way it's written and the way you click the buttons and search it and whatever criteria you pull up that you want to see. It narrows it down a little bit, you know what I mean? And some of this stuff now, I was watching a little bit of it that somebody else was covering the other day. It's disturbing because you can go in there and do like, let me see, like you click heart attack, for example. Now you see here when you click that, let me get to my other window here. Let me open this up a little bigger. There we go. Like I just clicked, for instance, the heart attack button. All right, and then see all these little check boxes are checked off. You can check off any one of these. Now, death, life-threatening, or ER/ED visit is not checked off. You can pick any one of those or all of them if you want. Let's just pick, right? And then over here on the right, got the El Jabo between such and such a date and A between such and such a date. So you can narrow, like, well, it's even cooperating now. The default here starts December 1st, but you can do, like, let's go back again. Ah, shit. You suck. All right. Sorry. I went back a little too far. There. Let's click off on the bottom here, just the general within 1 week button. Right? Now this should show whatever it is. I think it's loading right now because it should load up a ton of crap. Anyway, this is how you use this database, and it actually works out pretty cool. Oh, no, actually, I would love to share that. I don't know if I can. I haven't even watched it. So I don't know. The date, age. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't. Oops. It's like completely hanging on itself right now. For some reason, it's weird too. Like I said, I tried to open this on the other computer, and it did not even pull up the site. And it's really, really slow today too. There's got a lot of people that go on here. Gosh. And I wish I could show you, oops, the hand is there, which means I guess it's loading for a second. This is annoying. Oh, there we go. Took a minute. If you're doing this on your own and you're not sharing it as part of a stream like I am, it'll probably open almost immediately. I've been through this on my own and it's very quick. So you'll see here, I think it's already popping up. Let me make sure it's popping up over here on the other computer. Oh, there it is. Can you see that? All right. Once it loads, you'll see over here in the left column is the ID. Every patient, person, etc. has an ID. This is what they report. These are their notes. Then they have the jab date, the date of the bad occurrence, their age, their sex. Now, this is if you, you know, checked off all the stuff. You can skinny it down to whatever you want. And some of these, some of them you can filter down to like specific ages and things like that. A lot of these are older. When I was going over it the other day, I was focusing on younger, you know what I mean? There's one that's actually 58. But I mean, this is, there's so many of them within, you know, I mean, if you did the entire database, like just insane symptoms, we're just doing death right now. But if you're on the actual VAERS site, you know how to navigate it, and you do, whatchamacallit, if you do symptoms or reactions or adverse reactions and what have you, you don't have enough hours in the year to go through the amount of information that's in there, or recordings of what happens. We'll take this one, for example, 45 years old. He's younger than Gary. Got the jab on the 28th, died on the 29th. That's over here. Was found dead at home 24 hours after getting the jab. This is what they're, and you know, I don't get why they're not covering this. Mainstream could very easily go online, you know, in their broadcast and say, guess what, American public, this is something you need to know about. And it's not a conspiracy theory, you know what I'm saying? This is on the this is pulled from a government's own website. This is not, you know, some dude that made it up. This is just kind of like a conglomeration and narrowing down for you to make it easier to do, but this is from their site. You know what I mean? Fever, shortness of breath, chest pain resulted in heart attack a few hours after the jab. Got it on the 5th, died the same day. I mean, if they would put, and the thing is, you can scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll. When you get to the bottom, then you hit next. That we're on page 1, there's page 22, and after you hit page 22, there's even more. You're going to need a pretty big hard drive just for the deaths, all right? It's criminal that they're not putting this on mainstream. I'm sorry. Now, the thing is, you'll go in here, what really disturbed me, there were 20-something-year-olds just dropping dead from heart attacks, you know? Here's one that's 32, a female. Died right after New Year's. But the day after she got the jab, she got cough and was put on azithromycin. On the 3rd, she developed left side weakness and aphasia. Taken to the hospital. Of course, they tested her. I mean, if you got the jab, why the fuck are they testing you? That's another one of my issues. Oh, required intubation. Then acute hypoxic respiratory failure. Blah, blah, blah. Died not too long after she got the jab. I mean, there's people here in our group, you know, cerebral hemorrhage, stroke, aneurysm. got the jab on the 5th, admitted the 8th, died on the 10th. This is not a coincidence. You can only explain so much away when this is repeatedly happening day in and day out. And I love this shit. This one got it on the 7th, admitted the 11th, died on the 12th. Expired due to possible cardiac arrest. Unsure if this was jab related. I mean, really? I think this is why so many doctors and nurses aren't doing it, because they firsthand see what the hell's going on. Because what you see on that big black box you use the remote control for, they're not telling you what's going on. They like to use the word rare. Remember when the reactions started? This one actually put her own thing. My mom was given the PF jab on Thursday, died 3 days later on Sunday. But it's all good when they're, in their 80s and 90s because, they were going to go anyway. No, nonsense, 56-year-old got the first dose of the M1, that MOD software, was found dead in her home the next day. At 56 years old, that should not be happening. This is just unconscionable. This is a long one here, my goodness. And this guy, I guess, is it a male? My goodness. You want me to read this? This is a long one, but I kind of want to read it. He passed away. Not responsive. Mind just seemed like it was racing. Body was hyper-dried, restless, not feeling well, ate a bit, but not much, kind of pale, agitated, vomiting, trouble breathing. This is a spontaneous report from a contactable consumer who's the brother of this patient, 54-year-old male. Got the, you see it, PF bio, you know what, via an unspecified route of administration on the 4th at the age of 54 as a single dose. He did have diabetes and high blood pressure. Who cares? So does Gary. Unfortunately, the poor guy was on metformin, which I don't recommend. Terrible. Well, I mean, after that for a while, because almost inevitably when you go and they put you on the METFOR, these doctors love putting you on statins, which, by the way, make your dick limp. And that's a fact. So anyway, patient experienced not feeling well, ate a bit, but not much, kind of pale, vomiting, trouble in breathing, agitated. On the 4th, body was hyper-dried, blah, blah. She said that before. Mine seemed like it was racing. Woke up, ate a bit, blah, blah, blah. Emergency services were called. They took his vitals, said everything was okay. But he was extremely agitated. I see that a lot, too. It changes people's personality just a bit. Oh, right. That's another good point, see, actually, that I forgot to make. You're right. They did state that for only 1% of adverse reactions to be reported. Now, see, that's freaking scary. Because with this size of a database, if this is only 1% of it, do the math, people. Well, I don't even know. We can go straight to theirs and check off all the boxes. Bad reactions, got put in ER and didn't die, and then the ones that did, just put them all together and then figure that that's 1 to 2% of all of it. You know what I mean? Patient was taken to urgent care where they gave him an unspecified steroid shot. Oh yeah, because that always works. Unspecified medication for vomiting. I mean, there's a pill for everything, isn't there? He told he was probably having a reaction to the jab, but he was just dried up. He continued to vomit throughout the day and was very agitated and would fall asleep for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. When he woke up, he was very restless. His body was very amped up and couldn't calm down. Yeah, his body, it's an immune response, I'm guessing. I can't see my mouse down thing. Calmed down a bit in the evening, and he woke at 6 a.m. in the morning, was still agitated, stated that he couldn't breathe. His mind was racing. Patient's other brother went to him. He was not responsive, and he passed away around 10:15 in the morning. It was reported that none of these symptoms occurred until the patient received the jab. Therapeutic measures were taken as a result of vomiting. I mean, what do? You know, somebody has a severe reaction to the jab, and then what do? You load them up with more poison. Oh, I'm sorry, medication. That's what I meant. Fuck it. You know, of course, the autopsy wasn't performed because they already know what the fuck killed them. Just saying. So that's that big long one. There's a female of unspecified age. That's another novel that they wrote on her. I mean, it just goes and goes. What's this 54-year-old? Staff member checked on her. That's a female, 54 years old. Stated she felt like she couldn't breathe. 911 was called, taken to the hospital. While in the ambulance, she coded. She was given CPR and brought back. Once at the hospital, placed on a vent. Efforts were made to contact the guardian for end-of-life decisions. 2 EEGs were given to determine the patient had no brain activity. Now, how does that happen that fast? I've had friends in motorcycle accidents that have no brain activity after their cranium hits the asphalt, but you get something in your arm and feel like you can't breathe and suddenly your brain stops working. Guardian made the decision to end all life-saving measures, taken off the vent, passed away at 1:30 in the morning. Oh, and here's the beautiful, look at this. The initial indication from the ICU doctor was that the patient had a mucus plug that she couldn't clear. I mean, really? Now, where are the family members making a big deal out of this shit? Because that right there to me is straight up bullshit. Had a mucus plug? Okay. Right. This one here, got it on the 8th, died on the 8th. Female, 52 years old. Got it at 12:15 in the afternoon. Monitored for an appropriate amount of time by the nursing staff. This female passed away at 2:15, exactly 2 hours after she got the poke. 2 hours. Oh, really, Nicole? Hawk had a friend that got it? Oh, my God. That's what I'm saying, man. I get it. You know what I'd like to know? I wish there was a separate database. I'm sorry, I'm not in the stream yard. I wish there was a separate database, but this is going to get really complicated now. All these people, their ages, everything's there. That's a good start. Now, on top of that, I'd like to know what they were on or not, you know, before they took this, medication-wise, I'm saying. Then they get reactions, whatever. And on top of that, what they were given, like this person we were said was vomiting and given steroids and this and that. And everything all together, you know. Yeah, exactly. Was there mucus plug? I mean, come on. Yeah, that's just not believable at all. I mean, call me an asshole, but as a family member, even if you're not the brightest tool in the shed, that just wouldn't sound right to me, you know? So it would be cool if there was an extensive database of, you know, because of let's face it, the majority of America is addicted to big pharma, drugs. There's a pill for everything, baby. You know, and so I'd like to see somebody, well, let's say a dumbass like me decides to get the jab. I'm on nothing. I don't even have aspirin in the house. I'd like to know how that would affect me. Well, I don't, but, you know, and then let's take somebody like Gary, who he's also, I'm, you know, he eats clean. He's fairly holistic. However, because of his situation, the only thing he's forced to do here and there is he has to take insulin. So it'll be interesting to see all these factors, because that should actually be part of it, in my opinion. You know what I mean? But nonetheless, you know, this is just really disturbing. And I'm only on page 1, people. This goes on and on and on. Let's go to page 5, just for shits and giggles. I'd like to narrow it down just to the young people, because that's what I was looking at the other day, and it's fucked up. 20, 21, 22, 25-year-olds just croaking. You know what I mean? Oh, here, we can organize this by age. Let's see if this works here. All right, so I'm guessing those are, oh, here we go. All right, it starts from the youngest to the oldest. This is what I want to focus. I mean, it's sad when your grandma, whatever, dies. I want to focus on our youth right now. 15-year-old heart failure. Now, how does that happen? Got it on the 18th, died on the 20th. 15 years old, collapsed on the soccer field. Given CPR immediately, EMS arrived, found patient in VTAC, shock X5. Intubation attempted. Patient had reported to parents he had not recently taken his meds. Got his second jab on the 18th, died on the 22nd. We're talking 15 years old, man. Look at this shit. 16 years old male, prodrome of headache and gastric upset over 2 days following his second, then felt fine and found the following day dead in bed. Autopsy pending. Don't bother. Another 16-year-old died 6 days later. Oh, look at this one. 17-year-old male got the jab, died by suicide. Okay. This is just this is what disturbs me. Teenagers and our youth. A shit ton of them. This is just death. You know? Oh my God. Now you can see the time of getting the jab and dying actually is spread out a few more days from what I can see in general. And the only reason why I'm guessing that, young. The body's fighting as hard as it can, which lasts a little longer than as if you're older. You know what I mean? Well, here's one that died 2 days later. Deceased received his first shot of the M software on Saturday at a local church. Didn't go to work on the next day, worked on the day after that, and was found dead at the end of that day at his home. This one died 3 days later. Got confused, had cardiac arrest with a seizure. 21 years old. Oh my God. This one died on the same day. A male. Monitoring, blah, blah, blah. Unresponsive with shallow breathing, eyes open, but verbally no sound. Put him on O2. It's oxygen at 3 liters per nasal cannula. Notified the resident status. Received orders to send resident to hospital with 911. Couldn't get a blood pressure on him. Died the same day. Anyway, this is what I wanted to show you guys. Yeah, that's my question, Wizard. I mean, I get it. You're born with an abnormality or whatever. You know, I've had my issues. I had heart trouble when I was young, big time. Still do here and there. But for a teenager, even these young 20-somethings in college, to just drop dead from a heart attack, one after another, and coincidentally, you just got something in your arm within a few days. No such thing as coincidence. This one's temperature shot through the roof 48 hours after getting the jab. Of course, they give him antibiotics. Fever came down, then he had a cardiac arrest. See, that's another thing. Why would they forcibly try to get the fever to come down? That's your body's thing that's trying to kill stuff and fight it off. Leave it, you know. Where are the parents, man? Whose parents let a needle go into a 15-year-old's arm? You know, you want to do it to yourself? Screw it. Don't do it to your kid. I consider that abuse, to be honest with you. 6 days later, this one died. Headache, chills, fatigue, chest pain. Didn't seek medical care. Had witnessed cardiac arrest. 3 days after number 2 and died. Oh my God. And this one, his parents said the patient started feeling nauseous an hour or two after the jab. At night around 10, it worsened. He felt nauseous, had shivers. He vomited in the middle of the night, vomited again the next day. Continued not to feel well for the next couple days. And on that day around 4:20, he called, called his mom, his girlfriend, his mentor, that he was not feeling well, was nauseous, dizzy, had shivers, was going to pull over in his car to get something to drink. And then he stopped answering his phone and was found dead in his car a day later. Yeah, the police are investigating because he felt really bad and he was shivering, but you never know. Somebody in a mask may have come by and, who knows, strangled him or something. Wouldn't that be a coincidence? I mean, it just goes on and on. 24 hours after this one got the jab. It seems to be an awful lot of males. Look at this. The male to female ratio is quite high with the death thing, which is something I noticed on the total death thing. Now, when you see crazy symptoms and all that, like symptoms without death, I see a lot more females, particularly with female things, you know, down there. But when you see the overall death thing, from what I've been able to put together, and I would love to sit down and just really put some stuff together here. It's predominantly males that just croak. Strange, huh? This one died 3 days later. I don't know. Just lethargy began the day of the jab. Shortness of breath along with abdominal and chest pain followed the next day. Decedent was found deceased the next evening. One day, didn't even last a day. This one, the next day, not even 24 hours, found in early morning hours. Unfortunately, he already had expired with rigor. So he was, this one, it says unexpected death. It's not funny. Coroner reported enlarged heart and enlarged liver. In 2 days, what gives you in 2 days an enlarged heart and an enlarged liver? I mean, you can't drink enough to make that happen. Took this one 2 days, gone. This is serious, people. This is what I expect to see when Gary turns Fox News on. Why aren't we seeing it? Because at the least that way people can take a step back and say, wait a minute, we need to do some more research here, you know? If I was a parent, I would, you know, as far as these young folks are concerned, and say, wait a minute, you know, most of it's young males. These guys were on this or that, and a lot of them were diabetic. Or, you know what, maybe I'm going to rethink this. Is it that so bad to get a cold? I haven't worn a mask since this shit started. I'm still sitting here. I shouldn't even tempt fate. I don't even give a crap, though. I've been dealing with the possibility of dropping dead because of my foot for over 7 years now, so it doesn't scare me, people. You know, like I said, I've died 3 times already, so none of this shit scares me. Can't hold nothing over my head because I simply don't give a fuck. But, you know, this one started having seizures 4 hours post-Jabo while at a friend's house, and then just, that's nice. You're at your friend's house and you decide to, you know, bite arm there instead of at your own house. Same day, 38-year-old male. Barely getting his life started, probably. Shortness of breath, sudden collapse. Wow. And here's another one. Now, this is a 37-year-old female, had a history of epilepsy. And oh, look at, I love the way they put this. This must be a doctor that wrote this. 37-year-old woman with a history of epilepsy and medical non-compliance. Heaven forbid. You don't comply to be poisoned with shit that comes out of a bottle. Found dead in her bed less than 2 days after receiving the second bit of poison that they shove in your fucking muscle. Reported experience a seizure following the first dose 3 weeks prior. I'm sorry, somebody with a history of epilepsy, you already got misfiring neurons in your noggin. You know what I'm saying? And I know somebody like this. In fact, one of them actually has Parkinson's right now. It's Gary's bass player. And I happen to know that some of the meds that they want to put you on for that make you sick. You don't want to get out of bed. You feel like shit. So medical non-compliance means to me that person was tired of feeling like shit. She'd rather have a seizure here and there than be on these drugs that make her feel half dead anyway. I'm sick and tired of this terminology. Non-compliance. If the doctor says you got to pop one in your mouth, you better do it. He knows everything after all. You know what I mean? He spent a lot of years in medical school with a bunch of suits sending him to Hawaii on vacation. You better listen to him, or he ain't getting another BMW. Don't get me started. This one passed away within 48 hours of getting shit in his arm. Exactly, wizard. Yeah. Because that's all that shit out of a bottle is chemicals and heavy metals. I mean, come on. Unexpected death. Oh, really? I bet you they expect a lot of this. Found unresponsive and pronounced dead after unsuccessful resuscitative efforts. Just like that, 1 day later. I see a lot of this, though. A lot of it, the shortness of breath. It's like your body gets overwhelmed, almost like when you're having a panic attack. And you feel like you can't breathe. Just the more I read, the more pissed off I get. Seriously. The lover's job, you said? Oh, I don't think it's just heavy metals, wizard. There's a whole nother ball game going on here. In fact, there's another video. See, some of these I'd love to share. A Polish doctor, scientist. He did a little bit of a presentation and showed under the microscope, they got their hands on some of these bottles. And there's literally like what appears to be, but it's like a synthetic organism almost. Like a microscopic jellyfish. Tiny little top, big long, oh, here's a perfect example. Big long strands. I don't know if you can see that. My StreamYard's not open here. Oh, there you go. Tiny little top, big long things that infiltrate. Now this is, so can you imagine if it's that long in proportion, it's going through your veins and everywhere else on a microscopic level. That's disturbing. So you think you can detox from that? No, I don't think so. There are things in there, I think, and I mentioned that in somebody's chat yesterday, that you're just not going to be able to detoxify from. Like, I've been doing this since we were in the first mold hole, and sometimes it can take you years to detoxify properly, and religiously you have to do it from a place you've lived in a toxic mold environment, which I have. And I'm willing to bet you the last house had some of it because of the roof leaks so much. And it's not like you can go on a protocol for a week or two and you're good to go. Just from mold toxins, which are living organisms, if you will, still can take you years to get this stuff out of your body. And remember, mine's on overload because it's fighting infection all the time. So I've got a double whammy, but I've done pretty good. I mean, my voice box is not fixed. That may never be, but a lot of other stuff has improved. But I'm still working on it after all these years. So can you imagine you get something like that that just blatantly overwhelms your immune system? And now I can't even talk to Gary about it because he got all, touchy and shit when we were at Cracker Barrel that night when I walked out of him. And I get it. He's all upset because out of his whole family, his mom's the only one that hasn't gotten it. They caved in and went and got it. I'm like, get ready. But I'm not going to say anything. It's his family. I know it's probably already in the back of his head. And then he lets that fat, short little fucker come to the shop and touch our shit and breathe on him every night and pack in motorcycles with him. Well, I told him straight up, if you're within 5 to 10 feet of me, cover that fat little face of yours up. Don't breathe on me. Or don't come in my house or my shop. He knows he's not welcome when I'm around. He doesn't even argue because they don't have the balls to mess with me. He's got the shot. Several hours later, found dead in his sleep. And I love it. This is a family member that wrote that. So he got the shot. Several hours later, he's found dead in his sleep. We're still waiting for the coroner's report. Don't bother. In fact, don't hold your breath. You might end up next to him. You know, he's gonna say, well, his heart wasn't so good. He had, some fat in his arteries and shit, and it's just a coincidence. He dropped dead while he was. Who knows? Maybe he had a good dream. He was in a porn dream or something. His heart was beating too fast. If you believe that. Look at this. Died unexpectedly early in the morning. Woke up suddenly, said he needed help, and then he was gone. Just like that. Yeah, because they know they're about to go. This one complained of abdominal pain, had no appetite. I could keep going, but I'm not gonna. Anyway, this is the website. It's Some Truth site. Now you guys really should look him up on Odyssey. Gosh, I know Nicole can probably pull that up faster than I can, because if I open another tab here, it's gonna. He's worth looking up. He's a cool guy, a true journalist. He just reports what people send him, and a lot of that's about this right now. This is the most important thing going on right now. And he took the time and the money, and this is a lot of work, guys, when you're building a website, to do this and come up with a simplified database. And as you can see on the main page, when you go there, he's got a bunch of videos and cool stuff you can click on and just binge watch him. But lately, most of everything he puts out is specifically related to this. And this is something everybody needs to be looking at. And again, I like the way he did it here, because it gets a little confusing when you go on the actual VAERS site. To navigate through that is confusing. You end up with incorrect inputs and all kinds of gibberish, and you have to scroll down through a bunch of baloney. Here, it's right in your face the minute you get on the site. So that's why I wanted to share that with you guys. So that's that. Right, that's what I was saying before, Wizard. How many of these people because the problem is, when I don't care what kind of medication you're on, your body literally sees it as a toxin. Period. There is no way around it. So I know there are some pharmaceuticals out there that help people. Maybe you may need them at that moment temporarily, but you just have to remember, when you're done taking them, you still have to make your body right. Your body sees it as an invader, and the very first place it goes is your liver. Your liver is your great detoxifier, has to go through there first. Then you've got, your kidneys and all that. And so you have to remember, on a cellular level, when you're on all these meds and everything else, that your body is not only fighting what's wrong in your body that caused the doctor to get that notepad out. And by the way, probably 98% of the time, you didn't need that, but everybody wants a quick fix. You know what I mean? There must be an app for that, because I'm overweight and I can't get that fork out of my fucking pie hole. So now I have diabetes and whatever else is wrong with me, and gout. But you just can't. Your body becomes overwhelmed. So now you triple that. With, first of all, you're in bad health or whatever's going on with you. Now you get some guy in a lab coat with a slip of paper that gives you some little thing in a bottle that covers up those symptoms, doesn't fix them. You should be finding the underlying problem first, and then that way you can address it. So that's the second whammy your body's dealing with. Then the third one, once they go that route, your body can only take so much, and who knows what the hell is causing these reactions and doing that. You know what I'm saying? But more and more comes out. You know what I mean? It's like you can only pile so much on the donkey before the donkey collapses, folks. You know what I mean? That's just the way it is. So Yeah, you're absolutely right, Wizard. Yeah, see, that wouldn't be a good idea. Oh yeah, they had my mom on one, Wizard. Right when her and my dad moved back here from Denmark again and built the house across the street from where I grew up, because she was having crazy things, her hands were shaking and blah blah blah. They ended up taking her adrenal gland, whatever. When they moved back here, and then they had her for the longest time because some of you know she had a horrendous horse accident when my son was a year old. She got kicked in the head, swelled up. She was in a coma. They had to get into her brain, do surgery, and so she was on the anti-seizure stuff and everything else from way back when. And then they had her on another one, and the name escapes me. It starts with a C, but there's minuscule amounts of basically what you would call rat poison in there. It's a common drug they prescribe to everybody. The side effects are astonishing, you know. And I'm convinced over all the years with all these meds they constantly had this woman on, that's exactly why she ended up with profuse blood cancer, which eventually went to her spine, her brain, and it was disgusting. And she was a tough woman, man. And so anyway, that drug I'm telling you about with the C that they gave her, I can't remember what it is. Here's the irony of it all. They gave that to her, and when she first told me about it, she said it sucks because she loves her veg. You know, she ate fairly clean, grew her own food in her whole life. And she said the doctor said I can't eat like broccoli, spinach, none of those types of greens. Coumadin, that was the name of it. Just remembered it. Coumadin, they had her on. And when you take that, they don't want you to eat like broccoli and the laundry list of other greens. Basically, don't eat the stuff that's healing and is good for you, but take that basically is like swallowing rat poison. Figure that one out. You know, but the problem too is my parents are so old school, like I'm sure a lot of us are facing in our community, and they're still of the old mindset from the like 40s and 50s that, oh, that guy comes with his clipboard and his lab coat, Dr. So-and-so, and oh, you're here to save me and help me. Now you don't get it, because they think it's, yes, blood thinner wizard. They think it's like the old days, Mr. House Call with his black bag, and even they weren't good. They were already working for Big Pharma then too. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm just saying it's kind of hilarious, right, Wizard? Take this poison, but don't eat the stuff that actually is good for you. And this is the world we live in right now. You know what I mean? I can see it. If we flash forward 20 years from now, like in some crazy ass, Stewie Griffin time machine, it's going to be like 3D printed broccoli and spinach and shit. People probably won't even be gardening anymore. If I'm alive, I will be, but probably won't be. Just ridiculous. So I can see that. Everybody's in their own little cell, popping their pills for their vitamins and ridiculous bullshit. Yeah, that's right. See, they do. And there's a little bit of that in some foods we eat, like when you swallow certain seeds, grape seeds, apple seeds, stuff like that. Arsenic, cyanide, one of the, whatever, in little amounts, But if it's in there as part of a pill and all that, And you got to remember too, I love people that are like, well, we're not eating processed food, we're against it and everything else. And some of these are the same people that have a prescription bottle on their counter. What do you think that is? All drugs at some point came from, where? Something that grew out of the dirt on our earth. And then they whore it out and say, oh my God, that plant can do that, or that jellyfish can do that. We're going to try and extract it and put it in the little white thing that goes in the bottle and make billions of dollars on it. Processed. I mean, the same thing with fucking vitamins, man. You gotta watch that too. You know where your vitamins are? They're outside growing out of the fucking dirt. You just have to get off your lazy ass and grow it. There is no excuse. Yeah, that's right, Wizard, at micro levels. Like I said, it is in some plants and seeds and everything else. I said, don't get me started on this subject. Good thing Nicole made me leave my other. It's truth, though. You know. Anyway, I'm going to take a break. What? You know what? I'll just put fish on for a second because I'm debating whether to get off and take a deep breath and go do something else or whatever. Hang on a second. Because I got to feed Jake really quick, too. He's looking at me like, I'm starving to death. I'm losing weight in my chair. Because he's a big bitch. He's sleeping on his baby, too. It's hilarious. I found his stuffed animal at the shop. So I got a red and a green one. He's like, yeah, exactly, wizard, it is. So ridiculous. What blows me away is common sense has gone out the window in the last couple of decades. People just can't. You don't have to know anything scientific or something. Just put two and fucking two together. Get off. Not a bad idea. I can't do that actually when I'm pissed off. It's kind of hard. It takes a long time. All right, hang on. Let me close out this screen. So you got the link. I'll put it in the description. But visit him on. Oh, I forgot. That's right. Nicole is sleeping. Let me close out the Varus thing, and I'll post a link to Tim Truce. He's really cool. Good guy too, man. He puts a lot of work into what he does. So anyway, go there sometimes when you feel like really getting depressed and read through some of this shit and play around with some of the options in there and pull out whatever you want, you know. Anyway, all right, give me 1 minute. Hi,
Morning, you silly fuckers.
What are you doing?
Not a lot. I just got sick of typing and I'm sitting here. I'm fucking shaking. I'm so fucking pissed off. I mean, I see the human condition. I see what people are doing and saying and the fucking hypocrisy, and they're falling right in line like a bunch of fucking zombies.
Yeah. 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 You know what? I've been wanting to share that for quite some time now. And every time I do, I'm like, oh, I'm on my main channel. I don't think I should do this. But, you know, it's been several days now. I really, because it's such a beautiful thing he did where he simplified that big mess that's on the government site. I believe they have it a confusing mess specifically so people get up and can't navigate it. Well, he made it easy. You go to that page, you just click a button and it's there.
Well, from my video the other day, you guys were even suggesting if you kind of took that information and dumbed it down. When you're talking and you're putting all this stuff in mainstream media at like a collegiate level, even I would be like, the fuck did he just say? And have to go and look up these words. Oh, you know?
Yeah.
You're talking anaphylaxis and they're like, what the fuck is that? Is that like some kind of rash or is that like a new kind of tire tread? No, it's just a fucking reaction. And you shouldn't be taking it because, you know, hey, the newest, latest, greatest thing is you go out and you take some gasoline out of your fucking car and you put it in a hypodermic needle and you shove it in your fucking eye hole.
Pretty much.
You know? Yeah. Come on, people. We're supposed to be the most on top of the food chain and intellectual chain. And I'm going to sit here and listen to fucking Bill Gates say about like all these countries and how vaccines are like the greatest thing since sliced bread. Even fucking sliced bread is fucking poison.
Look up his track record with the poor polio vax victims in India. And they're.
I thought it was North Africa, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, they actually, I honestly think that they banned him like with fucking federal warrants and shit and guns. Like, you step foot on here and we're going to fucking light your ass up, motherfucker.
Yeah, because it was going on a while and they wouldn't broadcast this over here. And they still won't. I mean, the minute he shows his face on mainstream on TV or something, that's a pretty mountain, on TV or something, why don't they bring this kind of shit up? Because it's important.
Well, I can't remember which one it was because when Nicole sent me all those links, I'll watch the one that she intended me to see, and then I'll like scroll down to see all the other BitChute ones. And the first one pissed me off. Not because she sent it or anything, just because of like, this shit's fucking real. But the other ones are like 9 times more like pissed offness afterwards. And I'm like, especially when Gates
That's
is on
not
the
funny,
fucking.
but it is funny. Pissed
Oh,
off.
the when he's on stage and he's like, and he said a quote, and they will like slow it down and rewind it and make it like he'll say it 3 times. Like, we're injecting poison into little baby's arms, and does like a jab in the arm and then looks to his right and fucking smiles.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, you sadistic piece of shit.
Yep. Well, like I said before, it's not like everybody doesn't know it, but I've said it, and some people didn't know it. His father is a known eugenicist. That's a fact.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And let me tell you something. All you have to do is look at the guy. He's demented. There's something not right upstairs. All right. This is like if let's say on the flip side of a coin, in another reality, if he wasn't what he is now, he'd probably be like another Bundy. That's what he would be, or a Dahmer. That's what I see.
Right, but he's doing it with money and on a global scale.
Uh-huh.
And he's got the CDC and the government's backing him because he's the fucking cash cow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, disgusting individuals is what they are. Fucking filth. Yeah. And they just don't look real. Like, you put him and that fuckfaceberg next to each other, it's almost similar in appearance, with that pasty skin, the weird eyes, the wimpy maneuvers, because with his hands all over. Same shit. Although Fuckerberg, he looks like he actually literally looks like a reptile. Swear to God, his eyes are open like he's just weird.
Yeah, did you see the leaked Zoom call or whatever from Zuck?
No.
He was actually saying that they weren't in your search on the Zuck book. They won't actually like refer like anti-vaccine stuff to you.
Mm-hmm.
But they like if you put something on there, they'll like bury it or, you know, basically shut your channel down and all that shit for violations or whatever. But some of the stuff that he was saying in that interview was actually Zuckworthy, and his own comment on his own Facebook would be, you know, shadow banned or whatever. So he can't even talk about stuff on his own platform, or else he'd get like a strike or whatever you call it on Facebook.
Yeah, I don't know what you call it. I don't post on Facebook, so.
So it's like the fucking hypocrisy is like so in your face. You know, you're saying one thing, doing another, which obviously is the definition of hypocrisy.
Yeah.
But you're on a national news channel, or you're on a Zoom call with your executives, and you're like, I can't believe, I mean, does it ever come out of his mouth? Like, I can't believe I'm saying this, and I can't believe these fucking human beings are listening to every word I'm saying like it's goddamn gospel.
Mm-hmm. And the weird thing is, like I used to say back then when it started, I said, I always thought that Facebook was a complete government operation, funded, started by them and everything else. And Fuckerberg was just the face that got put with it. That's the puppet that they put in the front.
Oh, yeah. If I was on my laptop, I'd put a link in there, and it shows like a not a pie chart, but like a spider chart of what companies own what and all that kind of thing, and how they got their funding and who their like chairmans are and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like 2 tiers down from Facebook headquarters is this lady. She owns her own company or whatever, and has like I guess she may have sold to Facebook or whatever, but she was the chairman for DARPA.
Ha! Shocker.
Coincidence? I think not.
No such thing.
Well, not to mention, I think it was in like 2004 or 5 or some shit like that, whenever they got like their second round of funding.
Yeah.
The CIA is the main umbrella corporation. And then there's one that they use, like there's like 3 that are under that umbrella. One of those companies under that CIA umbrella gave Facebook like $2.4 billion in their second round of funding
Yeah.
before they went. No, they didn't go public until like last year, but in their second round of funding, when
Yeah,
all
they
these
made him
entrepreneurs do that
rich.
shit.
He's the face in front of it. They made sure that MySpace was immediately shut down. And
Right.
remember,
What's up,
Fuckbook
Josh?
started, and I was like, Facebook sucks, man, because MySpace was so much fun back then. But they made sure they completely shut that down. And the thing is, there's
Did they buy
no
it?
way that pinhead walked up to these big guys and then like one day to the next and said, I'm going to make Facebook. Now I need all this money. Fuck no. They did it and came up with a good pinhead to stand at the podium as the face of Fuckbook, basically.
Right. Well, you realize that Facebook is all just the world's or the most global reaching database of private information.
Yeah.
Because the CIA couldn't get the
20
private
million.
information. They could get the public, but they couldn't get the private.
Yeah.
People are just putting in there like.
And there's nothing like a bunch of sheep that
Right.
they're being taken to slaughter. That's basically what it is.
And like a lot of security questions for like your bank accounts and going online to do your like housing insurance or stuff like that is like the security question would be like your mother's maiden name or your favorite dog's name, or if you were a fucking appliance, what appliance would you be? I'm like, come on, people, are you not seeing that these fucking games and questions are just a way to get your fucking security information?
God, you keep cutting out.
It's just a way to get your your security questions.
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry, a lot of photons in the sun this morning.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, every 5 words I keep losing 1 word.
Yeah, I get on a rant.
Are you serious, Josh? Oh, so you heard me say that earlier? I did not know that. Yeah, so why are they giving it to humans? I mean, come on. And she was on it for a long time, and the next thing you know, my mom comes down with this absolutely aggressive, horrendous cancer. I was jumping up and down telling my dad, put on a fucking plane right now. And after I left New Jersey, the first time I sent her to Florida, I got places to send that woman. No, because I knew, he was at Mount Holly Hospital, and that doctor couldn't wait to fucking nuke her. I wrote some stellar reviews about that piece of shit and how he likes to kill your family members, And my father wouldn't listen to me. We got into a huge fight over that. And because hook, line, and sucker, he believes a doctor. I'm like, dude, seriously, when my mom died, I'm like, you still believe him? He's like, no. Well, too late now, isn't it, asshole? And I feel kind of guilty for saying that now that he's not here anymore, because I could see the hurt in his face. But fuck him, because he wouldn't listen to me. But, I don't know if my mom would have really listened to me 100% either. She was so stubborn. But I think she would, because one of the last things she said was, when I get better, I am coming to Florida, and so I can hang out with Gary. She was crying. And this is a woman that's like, I'm not going to Florida. It's too damn hot there. Suddenly it's like, I'm out of here. I'm going. You could tell she was scared. She knew she was going to die, I think.
This world needs an enema.
It needs a fucking reboot and a new operating system. I keep saying that.
Yeah, it ain't going to be fucking Windows 95 anymore.
No. Well, we're getting a reboot right now. It's just not in our favor. Give me a moment. I have to get ice.
Morning, Josh. How's the geese, Bubba? Should get you a sign and put on your mailbox or at the at the road. It says, "Beware, attack geese." Yeah, Josh, I like ketchup. Better than mouse turds. Red-headed vulture flying over my head. Is that a sign?
hell is a red-headed vulture?
I mean, just the regular vulture, but there's like here in North Carolina, they're just the ones that have the red head.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny. I've never seen or heard of one of those. We do have the really ugly ones. That's funny. Yeah.
Did you know that the vulture has like gray legs with like no hair like below the knees? It's kind of like they're wearing, like they forgot to put their feather pantyhose on or something. But they have a certain bacteria on their feet that won't give them infections when they're standing on the carcasses with all that bacteria and maggots and shit. They're like literally, yeah, it's almost like they're not sterile, but it's about as close to being sterile as you could possibly be.
That's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Yeah, I always thought it was funny that the United States government is like such a piece of shit and they're so evil and maniacal and all that other fucking crazy shit. And they have a flying fucking vulture rat as the logo. Because a bald eagle is nothing more than a fucking white-headed fucking vulture. You ever see one of them son bitches eat, man? They go fucking shoulder deep in like maggot-infested fucking kidney and shit and everything.
Yeah, they do.
It sounds fucking about right for this country. I mean, why wouldn't you use like an oriole or like a whippoorwill or something that's beautiful instead of a flying fucking rat?
You know what? That's a good question. There are so many gorgeous, majestic animals. How about a horse? You know, why an eagle? Why? I always wondered that. Especially after hearing your jokes.
Well, it does kind of fit with the political affiliates, you know, the donkey and the elephant. Republicans seem to remember anything like an elephant does, and then the Democrats are just fucking asses.
Asses. Oh yeah, that's so funny. I wonder actually what the actual history behind that is, though. Who decided to use an eagle? Yeah, see, I said that when I first got on the other channel this morning because Gary left faux news on, I like to call it. And it's crazy. I looked and it said CP died, and the funny thing is they put like a few lines there. He died, and he's this, that, and the other thing after being fully vaxxed. And I was like, funny they put that sentence in there. That's weird. You know.
No, it's not. It's actually them coming out and saying, nah, 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 nah. We got one of the highest ranking generals in military history who was obviously Republican, and he had a lot of information, and he could be a key in any kind of coup or revolt or anything, leading the people.
Could be. Yeah, it's almost like in your face.
Right. And that's why they, you know, tried to destroy Flynn. That's why they got all three of those generals. I think it was back in like 2013 or 15. Three, like, one Marine general, one Navy, and one Army general got fired after, you know, 40-year career. And each one of them, one was like, you know, he did something like he cheated on his wife. The other guy did something. It was like cheating on his taxes or some shit like that. And one was like, really and one general got fired for touching someone inappropriately at like a Christmas party or something like that. But I have it on good authority from one of the lawyers at the World Bank that there was supposed to be someone ordered, like the cabal ordered a nuclear strike on Charleston. And those three guys, two of them were in charge of the Navy and the Army nuclear wings, 175 apparatus that were nuclear powered, those generals were in charge of, and they said, you got to be fucking kidding me, I ain't doing that shit. So they had to fire him and get him out of out of play or whatever. I want to talk to all three of those fuckers just to see what they know and why they know it.
Oh, yeah.
And
Well,
by the way,
you see that repeatedly happens with everybody. You know something, or you might stand in the way, and they conveniently disappear.
Right.
You have various methods, death or accidents.
No, it sounds bullshit. You know,
fire.
You're gonna touch somebody on the ass, at a Christmas party, and you get fired for it. But the general that left all those, people in Afghanistan and all that $85 billion worth of equipment, what happened to that motherfucker?
Well, nothing. He was probably following orders. The government did that shit.
Right.
Come on now.
Yeah, you're right. See, it should be a boner because we're all getting fucked.
That's right. It should be a boner. With they'll do a little section of legs with a boner, and then the shorts are kind of hanging down right above the knees there.
Yeah, they're hanging a copy of the Constitution from the boner.
They should. Yeah. Get a little hole punch. Put it right on there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been a real big fan of, because the Masons, are the ones that make governments and defend them. This sounds awfully like, all the Masonic symbolage and everything on our money. And I think there was 9 or 10 Masons that were involved in the Constitution. And there's been Masons all through history, keeping their long game, in play for whatever the end game is, besides just control.
I wouldn't be surprised if there really isn't one. It's just mentally defective, inbred motherfuckers that just get a kick out of. It's like playing soccer. We get to kick the ball back and forth, see who wins. But they're really, what happens after that? Nothing.
Yeah, but it's just like the maniacal, globalistic, narcissist.
They're just sick. Yeah, exactly.
All they want to do is have control in their. We're living the real world, and they're living in a fantasy world. Typically, what a narcissist does. And every time something happens, they get a little bit of a narcissistic injury, and we're like, "Oh, let's go take out fucking Ethiopia, or let's go take out Afghanistan for whatever reason," because both of those countries can't fight back against 15 freaking battleships, or basically just putting, more armament and fucking destroying a place. And then we come in and take what we actually wanted, whether it's oil or minerals or whatever.
Right. Well, it's like that. Remember that? It makes me laugh every time that famous section of one of George Carlin's skits, when he's talking about wars and bombing people. And he's like, we bomb people because it's like, my dick is bigger than yours. And he's like, did you just say your dick's bigger than mine? Bomb them, Right. But basically that's what you just said, because that's exactly what it is. Yeah. Freedom, my ass. I'm so tired of hearing people say that. I fought for your freedom. I'm free. I run around naked whenever I want. I tell people to fuck off. I flip them the birdie and all that shit. Nobody came running around here in a turban, shooting up my fucking house and all that crap, or putting me in handcuffs on the ground or throwing stones at me and shit. No, here's the thing. You need to back out of that train of thought and realize that you're fighting bankers' wars. Period. That's what you're doing. Just follow the money. I always say, when nobody understands something, all you have to do is be a little dog, put your sniffer on, and go follow that money trail. It'll always lead you to the answer. That's it.
In that video the other day, I told you, Amstel Rothschild said it right there in 1813. Give me control of a country's money, and I'll show you who's going to win the wars.
No, he said, you give me control of the money, and I care not who makes the laws. That's how that goes. And it's true. Yeah.
They say the money is the root of all evil, and I'm like,
It
yeah,
is.
I get that if evil's using it. I always
No,
hated
because
that.
money turns people evil. Yeah, it's because
I mean, I've always hated that because if you have a brain in your fucking head, you can do a lot of good with it.
yeah, but what kind of good? It's not worth anything. That's not real money. It wasn't in the history of humankind. Everybody, see, this is the first mistake everybody makes. You're thinking of money in terms of money, like greenbacks and all. Money to me, is like you have something I need and I have something you need. See, right? Yeah.
It's like talking apples and oranges. I mean, I get what you're saying, and that's what
Money
we're.
makes people evil. It's not a real entity. It's not a real thing. So eventually that'll disappear, and then what? It's just another method of control. It's not real.
Right, but it's the only thing we need to,
What's real? It's not tangible.
it. I get what you're saying, but in this society, it's deemed to be real, but it's still a fiat currency. So I mean, we can argue both sides of it all day long, and both sides are absolutely correct.
Yeah.
In a utopian society, is the only time when you're absolutely correct, and I agree with that. But
Yeah.
sadly, that's not where we are.
No.
And we have to play by their rules. But, all these people that are awake, don't mistake that for being woke. But if you're awake, you're actually reading their fucking playbook. And the people that are not getting vaxxed, the people that are not doing the things that these mandates are doing, are the people that are reading from their playbook. And they're winning. We are winning if you're awake and you're reading from their playbook. And they can't fucking stand it because they can't dumb us down any longer. They can't use fear as a driving force anymore. We've already won. The people that have not been vaxxed have already won.
Well, for right now, I don't know. I mean, I tend to agree with you a teeny bit on that. But it's like I'm not, and then Gary's like, "Oh, we're in good shape because we're in Florida." Well, you are now. What if some kind of SHTF scenario, everything goes backwards in Florida? And by the way, I'm in a bad spot of Florida. Once I get across that middle dividing line, across that penis tip, then I'll be all right. But for now.
I mean, you can always
your
argue.
state's only as good as the person that rules you, which is another problem.
You can argue semantics all day long, and you can be right about the semantics. But I'm talking like what's happening in a realism situation. The only thing, part of the equation I don't know is what the end game is. If I knew the end game, then I'd be able to fight properly.
Yeah, nobody knows what that is. Yeah.
We can all assume, but still, to what end? I mean, genocide, what does it actually do? What does war actually do? It just, negates any economic debt. And that goes back to you can't go into a country because there's another monarch that rules that country. If he's got some economic shit happening there, you have to go to that monarch and say, hey, we want to go here and invade and bomb the shit out of them. You okay with that?
Yeah, right.
Because that's what a gentleman's agreement is. And that's like what the 6 or 7 monarchs have been doing forever and a day.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody looks at it from that point of view. And when you start looking at it from a macroeconomic point of view, it's an awful easy game to play.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know.
Kill the creditors. Depopulation, you're right, Nicole. It's simply kill the creditors. I just want to know what system we're going to go on to. Since 1971, we got off the gold standard. What was it, 1813? We got on the birth certificate system. That's why I'm thinking that CBDCs and digital currencies are going to be the next one because they can manipulate the fuck out of that.
Mm-hmm.
They already started. Did you see the other day that they just issued an ETF for Bitcoin? That's going to be the downfall of Bitcoin.
No, I didn't. I hadn't heard any of that. I haven't been keeping up on that. So what's the deal with that?
So an ETF is an electronically traded fund. That means you can hedge against
I know
it.
that. Yeah.
Well, maybe somebody in the chat didn't.
Oh, sorry.
So when you do that, you depopulate the commodity or whatever, and it's just Bitcoin at this point, where you actually have to hold or mine and get one Bitcoin, then you actually have it stored, and that's your wealth is the Bitcoin. But when you start doing a derivative of that commodity, you start to debase it and devalue it, and Bitcoin in itself is not scalable. And it only proved that like last year when it lost 50% of its worth in like 10 minutes, went from like 55,000 down to like 25,000.
Yeah.
That shows that it's not scalable. That's where XRP comes in. And it's not the actual coinage, it's the platform that it's on. And the world uses a Swift account to go from like German marks to, Turkish, whatever, rupees or whatever, to the dollar.
There are no marks anymore.
Thank you for that. Then they have, then they can put that system, but you're using that with fiat currency.
Right.
So the new XRP and Ripple system, you can bridge all of those currencies and commodities or whatever you're doing in like a third of a second. It's instantaneous. And there's like negligible fees. So it's just like, it's almost as free as you can get in a monetary society.
Almost.
Well, I mean, it's like 0.00003 cents per transaction.
Yeah.
Where some of Bitcoin stuff is like, you have to wait like 4 or 5 days to do a transaction. And the fees are just astronomical. So I don't really know the numbers.
Yeah, the fees are outrageous.
So,
I mean, here's the thing. Let's say, eventually all these little powers that be are like, they're important. Let's all do the digital thing across the whole entire country. And there's certain factions and areas. It's like that grid's getting shut down today. That one's getting shut down tomorrow. It's still too easy to control. It's just another form of enslavement.
Absolutely. And they're going to actually control the new CBDCs with energy, because you need power to control any type of data center or stuff to keep this electronic juggernaut, up and running. And of course, it goes back to the 13 banking families who know and own all of the energy companies.
Yeah.
Goes all the way back to JP Morgan. Funny how JP Morgan has a bank. He kind of got best of both worlds with that one.
Son of a bitch. Yeah. That's funny. See, back in 2009? Oh, you bastard. So, yeah, but see, like no, I didn't mean C, I meant SEE. I was learning about that and getting into it purely because I'm intrigued, for whatever reason and all that. But like for me, it's just another, when I see suddenly back then all this, Bitcoin and all this crypto weird shit, and I'm going, okay, what's the agenda here now that's starting? Because there's always an agenda. And I said, I'm about sick and tired of something new popping up every time I'm just about done learning the old shit. Right. You know what I mean? And this literally is too confusing for the layperson.
If you look at that, and those are actual Bitcoins, you're sitting on $500,000.
Yeah.
Those are like 50 some grand a piece.
Which is what he said Bitcoin the other week, remember?
Yeah, well, I just didn't know when Bitcoin actually came out. So it was like 2010 or 11 or 12 or whatever.
But again, you're sitting on that fiat currency equivalent. I mean, if I was you, I'd turn that into something tangible like yesterday, Because again, it's a fairy tale land. I love these guys that are like, oh my God, my crypto just went up this far and I just turned this into that and made all that. I just laugh. Because, yeah, I get it. There's some people that made a ton of money. But again, fucking fairy tale digital land. You know, I mean, come on, guys. Can't we just get back to being simple? It's so ridiculous. But again, because you know what it is? It's another thing. When I see this whole crypto bullshit and everybody going ape shit over it, it's like I go back in the days in the 80s where everybody was busy putting shit up their nose in the Wall Street days and everybody's high off the hog and all that. And it's just another one of these.
It's
I'm
a
not
trend.
a fad. It's just it pisses me off. You know what I mean?
Well, there's no sense. I mean, there's no
Snap the
sense in
fuck
having it
back
piss
to
you off.
reality.
You know, I mean, it's an investment, but you know,
Oh,
it's really,
whatever.
it's not.
And how's your investment going to work out if tomorrow everything gets nuked and there's no electricity or no nothing? How's
Well,
that investment going to work out for you?
well, there's the risk in an investment. I mean, you just said it right there. In every
Your investment is
investment,
a fucking computer, is what it is. It's not real.
what investments are real?
None. That's why I've never done them. It's all bullshit. I'm not a homo, dude. I get my hands dirty. I grow a garden. I have tangible shit and I have skills. I don't play that game because I know on any given day that game can end. I get it. People can make a shit ton of money in a few days. You know what? I'd rather be that. You know, some people like make a shit ton of money. Others are really poor. Others are just kind of like, I'm good. Then I make money. Then I don't. But I work hard for it. Whatever. That's me, because I'm not gonna buy into the. You know, I'm against the system anyway. So I'm not gonna sit here and be a hypocrite and say I just made a shit ton of money on the system. I'm not gonna do it. So, because you know what? It's just another one of these things that everybody gets distracted by. And it's like, I made all this money and, you know, I'm Mr. Financier. I'm going to sit back with my feet on the desk and make all this money. I was raised, you know, my father laughs all the time. No respect for those people whatsoever. He used to call them pencil pushers because they don't know how to work. And he fucking hated it. And the funny thing is, it's like my father was 150 billion% against the stock market and any of that shit. Never owned any of that crap. That just, you know, hardworking family and all that crap that we had. But he always said he had no respect for these pencil pushers in their suits and ties that don't know how to work an honest day in their life, because that's what this country's become. And he said that when I was little. I can't imagine what he would say now. In a way, he was right, because everything's off the fast buck, because people just don't know how to work. You know why? Your work, what comes out of these two things, almost has no value anymore in today's modern era. But if you have a keyboard and a mouse and an internet connection, oh boy, you know, think about it. But if you lose all that, what are you going to do? Because nobody's learned anything. And especially, can you imagine some of these Wall Street motherfuckers and the guys that spend 24 hours a day dealing, you know, and trading and flipping their cryptos and all that crap? If everything hypothetically went down tomorrow, what would these floral shirt, tight jean, waving their hand around motherfuckers be doing tomorrow? They won't be able to feed themselves eventually, because nothing will matter. And
I mean, it's not quite that simple.
I
But
don't know how a woman can fuck a guy like that, to be honest with you. You're really getting serious. Just saying. I'm putting things in a bigger perspective here. This is, and it's not just America, this is what the world's come to. Easy money, because nobody can work. And humanity literally is on the edge of a cliff because of this shit.
But the people that know how to work and do stuff or whatever, they might come out a little bit better on the other side.
More than a little bit. Because pushing a pencil isn't going to feed you, darling.
No, Josh, an antique car is a liability until you sell it.
Yeah, you have to flip them quick like we do. Yeah, we get them and we flip them.
When something takes money out of your pocket, it's a liability. When something pays you, it's an asset. Simple definition.
True. But that's what makes the world spin around, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, if you're going to be in the game, you have to play by their rules.
For now, yeah, it's true.
I
Yeah,
mean,
because it's like can't
everybody,
completely go off the rails. Got bills.
everybody thinks that Trump was like this, like serious major asshole, and yeah, he was. But on the like the different side of the same hand, he paid zero taxes because he fucked the system, and dry humped every fucking business loophole, just like any businessman would. If
But
they're
the
there,
problem
I'm
is,
going to
as a
use.
president, he should stand up and tell everybody else how to do it. Because the truth is, nobody should be doing it. Everybody should be doing that. What he did,
Right, but he's living through a corporate situation, and a lot of civilians are living through a civilian situation.
No difference. Taxes are unconstitutional. Nobody should be paying them anyway.
Well, that's not really what we're talking about.
I'm a purist. Like I said, I'm a purist. So if you go there, I'm going all. I go
right,
all
but
the
I
way.
mean,
Yeah.
But I mean, there in a modern day society, you have to have some way for the society to keep, proliferating day to day, year to year.
Problem before people pay taxes, because you might be good at growing shit. Another guy might be good at laying down asphalt. Somebody else is good at building houses. I don't need to pay some douchebag in a suit
right, but
puts
that
it up
doesn't
his
mean
nose
that Eddie.
and gets a blowjob from a teenager. My
But that
money.
doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
I'm just saying. I'm saying.
In a utopian world, that's probably the way it would work. But if I know asphalt and I'm going to go out there and bust my ass, and you give me vegetables, go fuck yourself. It's not my worth.
That.
Oh, it is
You
that.
may be laying asphalt, but you're the dumbass that can't eat, and that's the way it goes. I'm just saying right now.
No, you can't put another.
You made the argument that Moose made once, and Moose is like, "Well, if nobody pays taxes, how are we going to fix our roads?" Fuck off! You're paying taxes, and they're not fixing your roads anyway. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes, they are.
That's my whole point.
They are. Yes, they are fixing the roads. It just might not be in your neighborhood. Right? Absolutely.
Oh, okay. So you want to just throw your money away to give it to some corporate entity for no reason at all. I don't want to pay taxes. I want to keep 100% of the money that I worked hard to make. No douchebag is entitled to it unless he does something for me. And nobody's doing anything for us. Excuse me, but that's the excuse they use. We're going to make the schools better. We're going to put new stop signs out. We're going to do all this crap. Fuck off. You want a new stop sign? I'll make that shit. You don't have to put another $2 million in your budget to do that shit. I'm sorry. This is the excuse
you're arguing.
Nobody should be giving up their hard-earned money to anybody, because you know what that is? We're literally serfs, SERFS, on the land that is the United States. That's what we are. You're not a free person if you're paying.
Right. You're arguing one thing, but you're answering it with self-sustainability. You think what you do has worth. That's great. But it also, somebody else may have something that they do that has worth. But what you have, they might not want.
So they can go to somebody else and get it. Who gives a shit?
Well, that's your argument. That's what modern day society is. Somebody out there has got to be able to have some worth in their asphalt or their, whatever they're doing for the society.
Right. So you're perfectly happy sitting on your ass paying taxes, at least so somebody fills in a pothole once in a while. So I don't agree with that shit.
You don't have to agree, but you also don't have to get so fucked off about it. And I'm not Moose.
I'm just saying, in the grand scheme of things, everybody gets raped. I am sick and tired of the tax bullshit and everything else, and I know everybody else is. And like I've said before, that's one thing, left, right, indifferent, no matter what color you are, that the entire country can get behind. I don't believe anybody should be paying any of it, period. Because, by the way, like, let's say we because our business is for sale. Do you know how much they're going to take out of our ass if it sells right now at this point? And it's going to get worse next year in the new year. This is a small business. We're not going to get a lot for it, even though it's big. That's over 35 to 38%. Let me tell you something. What did Uncle Sam do to deserve 30 to 38% of nearly $500,000? You tell me. And what good is that going to do us? That's morning, noon, and night headache, slave labor, sweating and shit at our business that we built. And these motherfuckers have the right to take over 30% of it. I'm sorry, dude. This is where we don't agree.
You could make 38% back in the first year.
I
You
don't
don't
give
have
a
to.
fuck about that. The whole thing is print in principle. I shouldn't have to give 38% of it to somebody that doesn't deserve it, and I don't even know. I mean, if I'm going to give you 30% of what I make, you better be at my house cooking me dinner and fucking blowing me every single night. And by the way, maybe I'd like to whip you once or twice too, just to get my rocks off, because I want to get my money's worth. You know what I mean? I'm not giving you that 38% for nothing. Go
Right,
ahead,
but
answer that.
lease back it to a new owner, and then it's not a sale. You get money coming back for the business. You have money coming back into your pocket from all the clientele. You know, there's like what 4 or 5 different ways to sell that business instead of just selling the box. You know, you can sell
No,
the
now you're
box
just
and
sounding
the
stupid. The
clients.
bottom line is it's a small business that's motorcycle repair. We want to sell it, so we're on the liability. I don't want the liability of having that business. I don't want to lease it. We built it. We're done. We want to sell it because we've been there a long time. I don't want to lease anything. Why? So some guy can go wreck his motorcycle, die, and the family sues somebody, and I
What does
want
that?
out. It's
What does
like
that
you want
have
to
to
sell
do?
it just like I
And
sell a
that's the
collectible or a
risk.
piece of jewelry.
No,
You
it's
give me
not. We're
money,
talking
I give you
motorcycles.
your fucking necklace. I don't want that business anymore. That's why it's for sale right now. That's it. But you always have this little intricate, like, go lease it or do this or that. That's bullshit. I don't want to fucking lease it. It's like when somebody sells their house. They want to sell it. They want to move the fuck on or out of the state. You think they want to, oh, we're not going to sell it. Let's just lease it out or some shit. Who the fuck wants that liability? Like you said, we're in the real world now with legalities and contracts and paperwork. I don't want that shit. I want out.
Then pay the
I'm not
38% and
that
move
young
on.
anymore. I want
That's
to
the
start a business,
that's
make
the
some money.
answer.
I want to go get laid the rest of my life. I want to deal with that crap. Somebody fixing their bike and pay. Bullshit. You want to sell it and get it out of your face. That's my point.
That's the poor way of thinking.
It's
I'm
not the
sorry.
poor way of thinking. It wouldn't be the poor way of thinking if Uncle Sam didn't have his fucking hand down our pants. That's my point.
Well, play the
But you
game.
shouldn't. Yeah. Come
I
on
mean
now.
that's why a lot of individuals don't go into business because it's just too hard, or they want to sell and it's just too hard. I'm like, there's legal loopholes, there's tax loopholes, there's all sorts of stuff that you can come out on top at the end. You know, well, maybe not like zero or anything like that, but at least you would have been, playing their game and coming out better than just the regular Joe Schmo that says, here's the box, here's the clients, and here's a check. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Cedar, what's up?
I don't know what that noise is. I thought I almost got busted. I have a cigarette quick. Hey, Sita, what's up? I don't know what channel you're on, but hey, what's up? Where's my mouse? Crap. No, my whole point is like, let's take Milkmaid. She works really hard. She had all these piglets. She sells all the piglets, whatever. Let's say, she gets $1,000. So, or whatever. She makes several thousand. So Uncle Sam's like, we'll take 30% of that at the least. And it's like, what are they going to do? Fix the potholes in her fucking driveway on the way to the pigsty? I mean, let's get serious. This woman worked hard. She has all her crap. They have no right to any of the money that you work hard for. Period. End of story. If you're a truly free human being and you believe in that, they don't have a right to a single dime of it. And this is how it's gotten so fucking out of control, to the point where laymen like us have to hire people to do the taxes because we don't understand all the shit that's in there. And then when you don't understand the shit and there's a mistake that you're liable for, the asshole you hired isn't even liable for it. You are. Then you get penalties. Then you have to hire somebody else to do all that crap. It's bullshit. Get rid of it all. It's ridiculous. It really is. I'm so tired of it. Tax this, tax that, tax the other fucking thing, Are you fucking kidding me? Isn't that what we started out trying to be against?
Oh, most certainly.
Well, I mean, it's like that. I didn't fart. That was my cup on the table. It's like if I feed Jake and I'm like, you know what? Before you eat that breakfast, I'm going to give you, Jake, I'm going to tax your ass. He'll bite me in my ass. Fuck you. I'm going to eat my food. It's ridiculous nonsense. And it's gotten so out of control that it needs to fucking stop. But the financiers on the planet that make money from money and pencil pushers, they won't. We gotta have a little bit of this on that. It's ridiculous. Yeah, right, Sita? Oh, federal tax. Don't get me started. I'm not even gonna say. That gets into a bad conversation. Seriously.
Not sure how it can be any worse than this one.
Well, it shouldn't be paid at all. It shouldn't even exist. It's nonsense. It's all nonsense.
I just want to come up with a reason like how we can pay for the modern day urban stuff that we have without a kitty for those people to get paid to be the sewer workers and the energy workers and the garbage workers and things.
Like what kind of things? Because I can give you, just in South Miami-Dade, few million people that are on welfare, and you cut that out, put them to work, and they can do that, and that solves that problem. So what else?
Well, it's got to be a case-by-case basis. But I see that I get your point. And you're right. But that point kind of goes away when you go down to the case-by-case basis, because some of those people might need to be on some kind of assistance. I'm not sure, but I really don't want like a 17-year-old epileptic, driving a tractor trailer.
No, and that wouldn't happen. But in a proper society where everything irons itself out, that wouldn't happen anyway.
Well, you have to figure.
There's like 50 or 100 people that are like, we can't do this, we need to do something, and it's like, you know what, here you go, this is what you do. Fix that street, fix that sign, fix that curb, fix whatever. There's always somebody to do something. Fucking A. We've got hundreds of millions of people running around in this country.
Right, but I'm not doing nothing for free.
Yeah, but the problem is you want to pay a suit to do something, they're not doing anything. I want to know, like, you know, hey, I mean,
oh, fuck, I'm at 1%. Let me go grab my laptop.
All right. Ridiculous. Hey, Blue Cord.
What's up, Blue Cord? I'm gonna finish my smoke before my when my thing goes dead, and then I'll just go grab my laptop.
Oh yeah, I just saw that other comment. See the tax on tax on tax. It's true. Make a list of all the taxes you're constantly fucking paying. It's beyond absurd, and it's not necessary. You know.
Oh, most certainly. That's why I like the business
tax,
side of it.
Occupational license tax, this tax, then, you know, oh my God. I mean, they're just make a list. It's absurd. Maybe if there's one little one, but the problem is there's no maybe, because one little one always turns into a big, it's like when you have kids, you give them an inch, they eventually take the whole arm. There's a line you have to draw. And you know me, I've always been an all or nothing chick. So, you know, it's one way or it's the other. There is no little bit, because the problem is when you deal with these kind of sickos, it's not about doing stuff for anybody or the people. Well, I stopped the first one, Huck. We were doing a beachy thing, and I wanted to share Tim Truth's. I put the link in here. I should have pinned it. The link is this. And Nicole said, go to your second channel while you go over it. It's a cool database he made, concise and easy to use. And I wanted to open it and go over it. And Nicole was on at that moment. And she said, go to your second channel because it's touchy. You know what I mean? And then we were done going over all that. And then my baby boy wizard came on. So I was like, all right. Then I went back and I clicked off the check mark to go back on my main again as well. So sometimes I have D-Live in there too. But like what we're talking about is touchy too, but not like when I did shared Tim Truth's site, which I just posted. Oh, it's not, is it showing up there? It's not showing up there. What channel am I on here? Oh, that's my main channel. Oops. Here, let me put it here. I'm retarded. I hate this fucking chair. It rolls around so much. I'm gonna put like brakes on these wheels or something. All right, there you go. There's the other one. I forgot what window I had open over here. And that's it. Yeah, so Nicole was right. I did it on my second channel, which is what I'm inside of right now. Let's go into both. But Tim Truth's thing actually. Oh, see, said he got a corporation. Oh yeah, in Delaware, because that's that tax-free shit. That's where most of the big guys are. Yeah. Well, at the point that we're in now, I do agree with Wizard on that. Unfortunately, you can't change everything overnight, so you do have to play the game, you know. I'm just saying, hypothetically, in a perfect world, this is something that everybody can get behind because it's becoming beyond ridiculous, you know. No, yeah, Blue Cord. Yeah, we were talking about the cops and then the New York ones too. I'm shocked that they actually went to the extent that they're just like they're gonna quit. It really sucks. Yeah, so that's kind of a heated debate with me, but I am really hardcore anti-tax and anti-vax, baby, because it's getting ridiculous. I mean, what do we kind of fight for way back initially in the days? People were sick and tired of being serfs, which is literally what we are. Newsflash, guys, here's the thing. I'm tired of all this racism bullshit everybody's talking about, because I don't care what color you are. This is America, and if you're writing out that check for your taxes every year and then some and other shit and getting your licenses and all that, we're all on a fucking plantation. I just don't get why people don't understand that shit. We're all on a plantation. Get over it. You know, that's something we could all get behind. Doesn't matter what walk of life you come from, what color you are, or anything else. We're all on a fucking plantation. If people just went to bed and woke up and realized that, we could make a serious difference almost overnight. You know, maybe that's what frustrates me so much in life, is like I think too simply about stuff. But, you know, I hate that. You know, you turn on the boob tube over there that Gary turns on and everything else, and it's like, oh, we got this, what are they abbreviated as? CRT. Oh, come on. You know, you sit in a room full of green people, yellow people, what, I don't care what color you are. We can all agree on that one thing. You know, it's bullshit. And it's all bad for you. All right, hang on, I'm doing it. But again, it's that sheep mentality, you know, which is what Moose said that one time. And I love Moose, but, you know, it's just like, well, you've got to pay some taxes. Only problem with that is some turns into that whole mile they take from you because they're completely out of control. You know what I mean? There is no little bit when you're dealing with government, which we shouldn't have at all either. Don't even get me started on that. We don't need big government. All it is big control. It's complete and total nonsense. Nobody seems to get that. That's why I'm just like, I'm gonna sell the shop and move to my own fucking island, and I don't really give a fuck what happens with the rest of the planet at this point. I'm almost at that point, to be honest with you. Because I got people, like, while I'm growing my garden or hanging out on my patio going, I just made $1 bazillion in Bitcoin and all that. I'm like, oh, great. And all I'm sitting there thinking is, I really wish the grid would go down right now. Well, I mean down, to where your smart car, your little fucking Prius won't charge up anymore. You know, your laptop shuts down, your Bitcoin's fucked because you can't get a hold of that. But you know what? I'm going to be out back chopping down some plants that I got to put on the stove, or, well, at that point, if the grid goes down, I'll put it in my backyard on the portable stove. You know, the birds flying around doesn't bother me at all. Don't give a shit, you know? Then we'll see how big your fucking mouth is, because it just, you know, you have to think like that. You really do. It's a fake world that we live in. It's completely manufactured.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, it's totally fake.
Keeping up with the Joneses seems to be the national trend.
Yeah. I mean, Gary's guilty of it. I mean,
well, did you see in one day, all the preppers, all the people in the United States are all saying, I don't even know what it is. It's like it's a new hashtag. It's something like, it has to do with Brandon. Let's go Brandon, I think, is the new hashtag.
Wait, say again. You said hashtag, and then all I heard was Brandon. Say again.
Let's go Brandon.
I've been hearing that the last couple days. I don't want to sound like a dumbass because yesterday was Sunday. What's that all about?
I had to look it up. It's
Oh,
just like
okay.
it's like the latest trend. Remember at the Talladega Speedway when the whole stadium was saying,
I don't know
"Fuck
what
you,
that's
Biden."
all. Wait, say what?
The whole Speedway at Talladega was saying "Fuck you, Biden."
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the newest way to say "Fuck you, Biden." Is saying something like "It let's go, Brandon" or something, but it means the same thing. But all
Oh,
these fucking adult children got on there, and now it's just like the latest trend, and everybody to be cool and way to be cryptic or whatever. I'm like, it's childish for one, and it's a bunch of sheep, trying to be like everybody else. It's like, dude, have a fucking clue, have your own brain, don't say it is probably the best way, because then you're just like lumped in with all the rest of the crayons in the box. Have a
yeah,
fucking
I didn't know
individual
that.
thought, Yeah.
And Gary was watching Talladega, but I fell asleep. I had no idea. Because the thing is, NASCAR's so woke, it's ridiculous now. So is Formula One, by the way. I refuse to watch it. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know that. Oh my God. So it's actually code. Because the funny thing is,
Yeah.
the last few days I hear this Brandon thing. I'm going, who the hell is Brandon? But I haven't had time to look it up. I'm like, he must have done something like, I don't know, really good or.
I thought it was that Marine that got, his, you know, video went viral or something. I thought it was like his name was Brandon, and besides him being a complete and utter fuck up, saying all that shit online, I'm like, do I really want to get behind that? I'm going to have my own like independent thought and not be like everybody else. So I'm not saying it. It's been on all the prepper channels for like the last 2 or 3 days. I'm like, you want to be individuals, you want to be patriots, you want to be survivalists and bushcrafters and everything, but you're nothing but a bunch of fucking children, and you're just trying to be just like everybody fucking else. It's sad. It really is fucking sad.
Yeah, see, I don't see or watch most of them, so I didn't even know about that. I had no idea. Yeah, look what Blue Cord just put. Yeah, it's weird. And you know what's funny? That NASCAR's been woke for a while. And I said, you know what? I'm done. Even Gary said he's done. And then yet he has a fire stick in, and I see this shit, and I'm like, oh God, I gotta watch him make a left turn. I'm gonna fall asleep. I just can't watch his shit. But it's really kind of funny that a majority of the crowd actually did that. And then, of course, I guarantee you, when they did that, mainstream media was like, "Oh my God, what are we gonna do now?" Because it's not.
Oh yeah, they had to cover their ass somehow.
Holy
and that's
shit!
why I think.
Yeah,
that's where I think the Brandon thing came out, because that idiot
yeah.
TV
Well,
announcer
because I
said,
saw the clip. I think Nicole sent it to me. It was at some, what was it, like a college game? I mean, there was thousands upon thousands and they were like, F whatever, I mean,
"Oh, yeah, something like that."
something
I
like
don't, I
that
don't
for
know.
the entire stadium. I was like, oh
I
my
had to
God.
read it on Wikipedia, which, excuse me, that was my source, but it
Yeah, shame
is what
on
it
you.
is. I know, right?
Wiki's what? Yeah, you can't rely on that because anybody actually can go in there on anything and change whatever they want. This is
Right.
not a good source for information
I
for
really didn't even give a shit,
unless
but I just
you're
wanted to know
looking
what
at
the
like
deal with it. I wanted to know what the deal with it was.
music albums or facts like that. Yeah, don't go there. Wiki it's no good. Never has been actually.
It
Just a
was
little
just
bit.
amusing. And then I see like people on mainstream media, I see people on prepper channels, I see all sorts of people, and they're getting behind this. I'm like, it's all a bunch of like sheeple, and they have no independent thought, and they have to get on board with like the latest and greatest thing. And it's keeping up with the Joneses. And since I see it, it's just like
Yeah.
so ridiculous. And it just makes me want to throw up, because it has nothing to do with prepping. And it makes the individual seem so unintelligent and so childish. It's hilarious.
Yeah, that's true.
What's up,
Yeah.
Susanna?
Yeah. I just saw that. You know what I noticed too? I'm like, hi, beautiful lady. And then I realized my backup name on my main channel, I didn't mod myself. And I'm not going to because it's like, it would be hilarious if somebody banned me from my own channel. That's awesome. Oh, man. My name is like Gray. That's kind of cool. It's awesome.
Yeah, TikTok, who's owned by the CCP, are the puppet masters with all these kids in the United States and whoever. And I'm like, people, can you not see how manipulated you're being?
Right.
It's so infantile.
Yeah.
I mean, the grown ass men are doing this shit. I'm like, and women, it's hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, what channel is that on? Oh, Matt's on the main one. Hey, Matt. I miss you. Oh, he did a link here.
Oh, I've never seen Matt Kiss My Ass Socialist before.
Oh, you've never. Matt's been around a long time. He's a good old friend of mine. He's a
Oh, right on.
sweetheart. Yeah, Matt's amazing. Yeah, you would love him.
Yeah,
Oh,
haven't
I
seen him.
see it, Matt. I just opened it. It's hilarious. Yeah, you would have a good time talking to him. Actually, he's such a good guy. He really is.
I like his handle.
Yeah, he's always had that. Yeah, it's great stuff. But it's weird because of our time frame and everything that we do. I haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, so still stuck in the hotel, Matt. No new
Susanna, why
house.
don't you jump up? I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't bullshitted. Catch us up, darling.
Oh wow, that's right outside New York Times headquarters. Wow, that's pretty cool. Holy shit.
What's going on?
Oh, there's backcountry preps. That's so cool. Right. I'm trying to keep up with what page I'm on here. Over here. Sorry, I'm not.
What was that hyperlink that he put up?
Wait, what's become a TikTok channel? Oh, with the Let's Go Brandon thing? Interesting. Yeah, I feel like I'm so out of the loop sometimes. Like, one of these old people that can't keep up. I'm like, what the fuck? Because, and we made a joke about it because one of Gary's nephews, his name is Brandon. And Gary's like, yeah, let's go, Brandon. I'm like, no, I don't think that's what they meant. It was a joke, though. That's funny.
What's
How
the
did they come up with Let's
URL
Go
that Matt put
Brandon,
up?
though?
What's the URL that Brandon put up? Something outside the New York Times building?
Yeah, protest thing. Like, hold on a second.
Oh, you don't have to share it. I just wanted a little synopsis.
Well, open it. Yeah, it's just they're out there. I don't have the volume on that one. I just saw them. But yeah, they're outside the New York Times headquarters doing their thing. Right. You see what Matt just put? They're outside chanting F Biden. You know what's weird? You see it's funny. You didn't see that like even a year ago. And then suddenly they're showing even on the news. It's like college kids at games and stuff, and you hear F Joe, whatever. And it's weird because you didn't hear that a year ago, and suddenly the tides changed just a bit. I take a step back and I'm like, who's making that happen? Because it's weird,
Well, you got to look at it. Most of the people that have been on camera or whatever are probably going to get charged with incitement or something like that. That's why they went to the whole Brandon thing.
No, I don't think so. I think mainstream made something cool and benign sounding out of it, thinking everybody like us is going to go, who's Brandon? Because I didn't know, because I think now there's just so many more people that are doing this. They're not going to be able to keep throwing a tent canvas over this for too long. You know what I mean? Proverbially, I'm saying.
You talking about a cover up or a boner?
He never timed out the. Oh, I have no idea what he's talking about. Hey, you never have to cover up a boner here. We encourage
Right.
boners.
Jeep, I haven't gotten any emails lately. You back in your cave?
Oh my God, Matt, I didn't even know that you had 2 weeks of walking pneumonia. That's bullshit, man. Seriously. Ah, that sucks. Well, yeah, I think Huck, people are waking up and people are fed up. Well, it's about damn time. I don't know. I don't think enough are gonna wake up though. Because I'll tell you what I see when I walk out the door every day or I go to the store and stuff, way too many dumbasses. And they're not waking up. Like I said, and she's a nice lady and she smokes, right? She sat outside on the pallets where the guys are redoing the elevators in the building here. And she's sitting out there. Her name's Pat. Oh God. All right, never mind. Her name's Pat. So it actually can be a pet. So and she was smoking and everything else. And again, I remember one of the first days I saw her the week before. She was right when you walk in the door. She was right inside the lobby, sitting in one of the chairs, like right inside. And she had, you know how people have their mask and it's like hanging on one ear and the other part's like hanging on their chin, whatever. I walk in with Jay because I'd just taken him out. And as soon as I walked through the second door, right there where the chairs are, where she was sitting, as I walked in the lobby, she was like, she put it on and put it over her ear. I was like, seriously? You know? And then the funny thing is, we ended up out there, and she's really sweet. Her friend has a garden and everything. She didn't have a mask on. She was outside smoking. And I sat right next to her, which I do on purpose. I'm like, bam! I just sit down right next to him, not covered up or nothing. And I look him right in the face and start talking to him, And it turned out she's a really sweet lady, She likes her collard greens, baby, and stuff like that. So she's awesome. But it's a shame that she felt the need to sit in a chair in a lobby when nobody's around her. And it's like, whoosh, the minute I walk through the door. That first week, That's the mentality we're dealing with.
Government's just sitting back and laughing.
They are.
They see all of us people in masks and everything, and they're like, these stupid people.
Idiots. Uh-huh.
They're almost to the point where we can do anything or say anything, and the general populace is going to be like falling in line with it.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what's stressing Gary out so much lately, and we're like at each other's throats. Kind of, not really. And he's exhausted because he's got a heart. I will say that about Gary. Everything bothers him mentally, but because he's a man, he doesn't express it like I do. Like, stuff bothers me mentally, then I get pissed and I'm just like, you know what, wizard? Fuck off. That's not Gary's style. And it makes me feel better, by the way. So the thing is, he lays there and shit tears him up. He hasn't been able to sleep, I noticed, even since we got here. And I think it bothers him so much after everything, especially me, that everybody busted my nuts about. And I've had to walk out on his family when he didn't have my back. That's his fault. And now I say nothing. I smile and I'm just like, you had your chance. That's where I'm at. So fuck him. You deal with your family. It ain't my family. And I know it sounds harsh, but I don't give a shit. So you made your bed? Well, I made it this morning, but you sleep in it. You know what I mean? And the thing is that they all got the jab. When he found that out, he damn near fell off his chair. And I was like, what? after all these years, I've been with the dude for almost 15 years, it's just like, and they've been listening to this shit coming out of my pie hole for that long, and I've been at it way longer than that. And it's like, y'all still got needles in your arm? And the one that really surprised him was his brother-in-law, Jim, the Archie Bunker of the house. He's awesome. He's hilarious. And he knows about this stuff. And yet, even to the point where Gary's sister, as cool as she is, like I told you last Thanksgiving and the holidays, I didn't go. I got to stay home with the dog.
Yeah, you told us about that.
Yep. Gary got in the car, and the sister told him, it's like, Mom's in the car. If you don't mind, when you're driving over to the house, put a mask on. And Gary's like, are you kidding me? Of course he didn't. But they didn't tell her. I mean, what? Because here's the thing. You're getting in Gary Shelby with him because he drove the Shelby over there. He's not putting a mask on. He's not insulting his car. It's not going to happen. That's just an insult to a Shelby, Keep the damn mask off your face. But that's where I give his mom some props. She wouldn't do it either. She's like, fuck that crap. I'm not listening to anybody. That's her voice. I can imitate it perfectly because it's a little rusty and, high-pitched. So, yeah, she's not doing it. We won't tell them when we get there, But
So where do we go from here?
His mom's got balls. It's like, if she gets out and Ellie is like, where's your mask? She's like, I'm not putting that thing on. Don't tell me what to do. I'm your mom.
So where do we go from here? Not talking about your mother-in-law again.
Yeah. Oh, I don't care. I just thought it was funny with the mask thing, Don't put it on. No. Oh, Best Life said his brother knows better, but still go. Oh, really? Wow. Did you ask your brother why? It's kind of wow. Oh, all right, Matt. See, I didn't see your message there. Oh, it's good to see you. I miss you. Punches. I miss you, Matt. Big kisses. Yeah, wow.
Nothing like these shots, giving yourself poison, and then if you do get it, your immune system's down, and you're gonna die.
Oh, absolutely.
Why wouldn't you just let your immune system take care of it? Have natural antibodies and fucking move on. Get it again, you already have the antibodies. Get it, move on. But that's where the corporate control is and the depopulation, and get rid of the stupid people.
Yeah, I got news for you. I'm suspect about the testing also. There's some kind of something going up with that. I don't know what we'll never actually really know any of all of it.
Well, the Nobel laureate creator of the PCR test said that it wasn't designed for this kind of virus.
That's right, so, Carrie Mullis. Yeah, Carrie Mullis.
I even just after hearing that, I'm like, and they're using, that's like taking a pH test to see if you're pregnant and using gasoline as a test bed. Give me a fucking break, people. Be smarter than the
Well, and I've said it before. That was Carrie Mullis. They've removed a lot of everything, his interviews and stuff from the internet, the mainstream like YT. And he called out Fauci. He actually wanted a face-to-face with him. I believe actually it was supposed to be in North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken. And not too long after that, coincidentally,
I hadn't heard.
Carrie Mullis committed suicide. No way. Now, why was that not all over the news day and night, questioning it? Because at that point, they could have put an end to all this nonsense. That was August last year. Wait.
It's my state, and I never heard about that, and I never heard about him committing suicide. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
He's dead. He died right after he called Fauci out. Yeah. I shouldn't even say Fauci's name, whatever. All right, Mr. Leprechaun. There you go. You happy now, YouTube? He's a short motherfucker that I hate. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah, at the end of the rainbow with that leprechaun is a pot full of bullshit. There you go. Yes, he called him out Actually, I have the interview. And he said, I've asked him to, talk to me, whatever, because Mullis was a cool guy if you heard him talk. And he said he wouldn't get an answer, or it was refused, whatever. And not too long after that, he expired. And he wasn't really that old. But this guy he created this test. He's the creator of the PCR test. What else do you guys need to know? Now, here's the thing.
We've established that.
Did they put that on mainstream news? The creator of the test that they shove up your nose and maybe up your ass, found dead. That would have given some people a little pause, don't you think?
Not really, because everybody's all fucking dumbed down.
Right, they're retarded. But if they said that in the context of he just had an interview and he really wanted to talk to Falsey, Flauncy, Falsey, whatever you want to call him, then, and suddenly he came up X'd out, I don't know. I would think even somebody that's dumb as a box of rocks could be like, hang on, Rosie, something ain't right here. Bring me my Budweiser. We need to figure this shit out because ain't something stinks to high heaven here. So.
Well, we just talked 2 minutes or 3 minutes about one guy dying, and we haven't even talked really about the global. I mean, this is going on a global scale, and it's just so big I can't even wrap my brain around it.
Wait, I heard we haven't even talked about, then you cut out, and so big I haven't even wrapped my brain around it. What happened in the middle there?
It's just the global depopulation is so evil and maniacal. I can't even wrap my brain around it to even discuss it because it's so huge. But when you take it down to an individual baby getting murdered over a virus and a vaccine, which is not even a vaccine, it's just a mass drug trial. And the only people that seem to win are the drug manufacturers because they were paid billions upon billions of dollars for depopulation. And not one of them fuckers is, getting buried underneath the fucking prison.
No, and it's never going to happen. So that's just the way it is,
Yeah, so let me get a YouTube channel and just regurgitate all the mainstream media bullshit. Get people all fucking pissed off and not have any answers. That's what the prepper community has come to. I'm like, it's a constant regurgitation of mainstream media. And it's like, I can't even fucking watch them anymore. It's all for fucking clicks and money. It's fucking bullshit.
Oh, Nicole's awake again. Yay. Wait. Is that on another channel? Oh, there we go. Nicole's on the... Oh, that's a backup one. All right. Nicole. She didn't sleep enough. Yeah, it is just mainstream regurgitate. Like, I mean, I don't listen to that stuff, but yeah, you're totally right about that.
I mean, seriously, how many prepper channels are out there talking about this volcano on the Canary Islands? And I'm like, you really can't do anything, even if a tsunami's coming. What are you going to do? Less than nothing, besides grab your fucking scuba tank, because there's nothing you can do until it happens.
You wouldn't be able to do that either.
Rebuild afterwards or whatever.
Yeah, you'd die. If that happened, most of Florida would be gone. Unless I'm way up in northern Florida, like in Jennings, where I used to race motorcycles, I'd be fucked. But you know what? I'm not even worried about it. If it happens, I don't give a shit. I'm gone anyway.
Yeah, it's like keep the sheeple distracted, and then we can do our shit. While the right hand's telling all the sheeple, look at this volcano. They're putting full term baby abortions into law. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I don't get
into that either. I don't get into that. Hey, DJ.
It's the shit we should be getting into. It's the shit we should be talking about. They can say that
here's the thing. I think it's wrong, but I don't think that a man or anybody else has the right to tell me what to do. Again, I'm going to go back to America. Everybody says, oh, we're all about freedom and all that. And everybody harps on these few subjects, especially when it comes to politics. Your platform is, do you believe in that, that, and the other thing? Here's the thing. It's all about freedom. Frankly, if you're sitting there and you think you have the right to tell me what to do with my body, I'm going to punch you in your balls. Maybe kick you. Then maybe I'll make you bend over, grab your ankles, and I'll whip the crap out of you. Because you don't have the right to tell me what the fuck to do. Although I agree with you, I'm against it morally. But if you're raised properly, then you're not going to do it anyway. But you know what? It's not for anybody else to say, to tell somebody else what to do is what I'm saying. And you know, there's a whole lot of issues on the world besides who spreads them. You know what I mean?
Well, the law
Because
is out
whether
there
that happens or not is not going to make that difference right now. That's a personal fucking issue. So I can't stand people bring that shit up. Unless people bring that up, their butt hurt because it's actually happened to them.
The law and the bills are there to protect the corporate structure, because if we're using, you know, United States tax dollars, you know, to abort a baby from like the 7th time from some meth head freaking Las Vegas, that pissed me the fuck off. It's like either A, get off the meth, or B, wear a rubber. You know, it doesn't really have anything to do with. But when you have corporate money, I don't want to pay for that if I'm paying into the system. I don't know. Maybe it's my fucked up way of thinking.
I totally agree. But now you're going back again to, oh, you're paying taxes and your taxes are going to all kinds of crap it shouldn't be going to. So the only answer to that solution is don't pay them. But you know what? It's not going to that anyway. That's just an agenda. So when you hear that, it's just crap, you know.
Right. What's hilarious is that NASA and all the scientists say that if they find one cell of some kind of enzyme or protein or bacteria on another planet, that's considered life. But an aborted fetus at 7 months in a human in our own fucking species is not considered life. I'm calling bullshit, assholes.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, Huck said, I gotta keep up here. Yeah, they do own the prison, Huck. And they do have us bent over without the courtesy of a reach around. You know, it's like I keep it simple, man. I'm like, at what point do people just use their brains, look at somebody in the eyeballs and go, fuck off? It's very simple. 2 words that are pretty powerful if you really mean it, you know? If I walk up to somebody and they're telling me some shit or they're getting on my last nerve or they feel threatening to me and I'm like, fuck off, you know? When I walk away from them, I leave them with the impression I freaking mean it. You know what I mean? It's a powerful deal. I don't get it. But some people just like beating a dead horse. You know what I mean? I just fuck off, solves all my problems, and I walk away. You know? Don't get it.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, you do. I can see you as a fuck off kind of guy. When a DJ say I'm too old to change any political correctness. Yeah, I'm with you, DJ. Yeah. Yeah.
It's, you know, good and strong to type it, but, you know, don't pay your taxes once. See how that works out for you.
Right. That's what I always say. I can't stand it when people, like I told you before, and it was months and months ago, they're like, oh, well, oh my God, at least in Florida, you're a little bit more free and all that. No, I'm not. I mean, try owning a house and a property and not paying your $8,000 a year taxes on that property when you're down here because it's outrageous. You tell me how much you own. Basically, it reminds me of what my dad said when I was a little girl. And I'm like, that's mine. And he's like, close your eyes. He said it in German, because in German it's got a little bit more weight. You close your eyes. He's like, what do you see? And I'm like, nothing. And he's like, that's what you own, and that's what your opinion is right now until you grow up. I'm like, all right, asked and answered. I get it. You know, it's like,
Yeah, well, now that German asshole from the Who is saying the same thing. You know, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy.
that's right.
Call it socialism, call it Marxism, call it imperialism, call it capitalism. It's all the fucking same.
That's right. It is all the same. Yeah. And people don't quite get that, you know. It's a shame. Uh-oh. Nicole just put something. Migrant miners. Oh, I see in the title. I'm going to save that. The link queen hits again. Oh,
Yeah, more federal funding going to the
yeah,
sexual
really
abuse of migrant minors.
I think from the beginning, that's kind of what it was all about, actually. We talked about this privately the other day.
Right, but how much federal funding is actually going to that, and how much of it is actually going in the pocket of the politician? You'd never know it. It's non-traceable, or whatever they put it, you know, on their balance sheet or whatever. You know, they're never going to go against them.
No, it's true.
$20,000 for a hammer, $10,000 for a toilet seat. That's how you get federal funding for all these black projects.
Yeah, you know what's funny? In the storage unit that I call the Beatles unit with all the Marantz equipment and everything else at that time, he had milk crates full of books. And one of them was a little one. And it said something with the Pentagon and everything else. It was a little informational book, and it was decorative. In the front, it had a built-in nut, you know, what goes on the end of the screw, in the plastic and all. And did they really pay like $2,400 for this? And it was like a farce kind of thing, but it wasn't, because what they did is, as you flip through this little soft cover thing, it told you, and basically it was a Pentagon thing, but government, what they paid for stupid shit, it was outrageous. And what happened was, when I went up to Bradenton to hang out with Uman, and John visited us there, he popped in nicely enough. I gave him a gift box. I had a bunch of stuff for him, but I gave him that book because I thought it was hilarious. And I wish I would have photocopied it, because it was one of the older ones, but outrageous amounts of money for stupid little shit. You just reminded me of that.
Yeah, but it's government money.
Yeah.
You heard the old saying about, you know, the government puts a bid out to do a fence, and there's three guys or three contractors that want to build the fence. The first contractor puts a bid in for $7,000. The second guy puts in a bid for $30,000, and the third guy puts in a bid for $2 million. The $2 million guy gets the contract, and he hires the guy for $7,000.
Yeah.
That's smart business.
It's business. Yeah. It's crooked, but it's business. Yeah, I see it all the time.
I think the actual dictionary definition in Webster's like 1950 version is business is you have to A, be a dickhead, and secondly, you have to be a fucking thief, because you're stealing fucking something from somebody sometime.
That's right. And three, you have to have no conscience, because ultimately, even though you look at it as the higher up stuff, ultimately, there's a trickle down effect, and everybody suffers. When you multiply that by the millions, everybody suffers.
Yeah, but if you look at the word conscience and split it up between the two,
Against
science. the adverb and the verb, it's con-science.
Against science, yeah. Or without science.
Well, the opposite of pro is con. The opposite of progress is Congress.
Congress. Well, come on now, Speaking to a Latin scholar here. I know. Yeah, it's a shame. It really is.
Hell yeah. OP everything is always better. OP cigarettes, OP Jack Daniels, OP girlfriends, other
What are you looking
people's.
at? Oh, OPP. Get down with OPP. Yeah, you know. I used to love that song. Although I
I
don't think
always,
that's quite what that meant.
I always thought OPP was like Ontario Police Patrol.
I thought it was other people's pussy.
Oh, all right.
Oh, come on now. You didn't think that. You're just being a dick now. That's
No,
bullshit.
seriously. I mean, I'm
Really?
just I'm not in that arena to know or do any of that stuff from like all that music. So I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to know what it is? I'm like, I'm white as a freaking ghost.
So am I, but I made that out. I mean, I thought it was other people's pussy. But I did listen to that though. I thought that was cool. That was a catchy tune, actually. If we were on D Live, I'd play it right now because it's awesome. I loved it. Bad Nikki. Yeah, Huck, OPP. Yeah, you know me.
I mean, seriously, would I be like a multi-million-dollar rapper if I would talk about my, drinking coffee and watering my plants in my suburban cul-de-sac?
Yep, you threw in a few
Seriously?
bad words in there and shoved a grill in your white face. You probably would.
Does it actually mean other people's pussy?
Actually, I think so. Because I don't think it's other people's. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's other people's pussy. Because it's like NWA. You know, like most. I'm not gonna say what that is, but
I
you
mean,
know,
just sing it out loud. Other people's pussy, yeah, you
other
know me.
people's
Other
partner.
people's pussy, yeah, you know me. I mean, seriously, why does that even exist? You know?
I don't know. Because it got huge and they made shit tons of money, and here we are back to square one.
Yeah.
It worked. And that was a long time ago, man. But that's how corrupted youth was already getting at that point. You know, Public Enemy, NWA, all that shit. You know, like my parents never let me look. It's not like they didn't let me listen to it. It's not like I didn't listen to it. I was a rock and roll chick, but even that, like I would play some things that like rock and roll on my drums and stuff back then, and my dad's like, "You can't do that." But my mom was worse. You know, I'm like, "I'm doing it."
Yeah, but I mean, what I took, I watched the movie something out of Compton or something like that, and
Straight out of Compton.
the Easy E died of AIDS, and I'm like, that's kind of what I took from that. Like probably shouldn't be like, fucking all this dirty pussy. I mean, I'm just saying, But they were looking at his grill and his money and his music and everything, and I'm like, the thing you should have took him
Yeah.
right is, be a good
See?
person and fucking, keep it in your fucking pants and be like a normal human.
Yeah.
Gotta pee.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. There was actually, now come to think of it, some dirty ass stuff, man. Right when I was in high school and getting out of high school, it was starting to get really randy at that point. It was like straight out of right into Public Enemy. It was getting
Yeah, but then
weird.
that turns into like that's what's socially acceptable, and I'm like, is it really socially acceptable, or you're just like a wannabe rapper and you have that wannabe attitude and that wannabe lifestyle, and you're just nothing but a wannabe. So it doesn't make any sense to me.
I missed half of that until the end, but right, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you're a wannabe rapper, a wannabe murderer, a wannabe drug addict, a wannabe pimp, getting a lot of the P word and all this stuff. And I'm like, you're just a wannabe. It's just music. It's not a lifestyle. It's fucking ridiculous.
Oh, wait. Officially pussy. Yeah, right. Genius. Yeah. Right, Brian. That's what I thought. Yeah. Oh, all right, Blue Court. Have a great day. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, that was weird stuff. I got my ass handed to me when my mom caught me listening to that shit because I thought it was funny. I'm like, ooh, they're using bad words. This is awesome. What are you listening to?
Yeah, Susanna, you really believe that that's not a cover story? I mean, I
What?
don't really believe anything that anybody says just because he got on a talk show and said that he got somebody injected him with it. That's just to save his money and save his lineage or save his, whatever after he's dead or whatever.
Injected who with what?
Injected Eazy-E with like a dirty needle or something like that, because that's how he actually got the HIV virus. I mean, I'm not saying he was gay or anything like that, but he could have had unprotected sex with a woman with AIDS or HIV.
Oh, big time. Yeah.
Any of that stuff could be true. And just because he went on a talk show and tried to save his ass or whatever like that, it wasn't me. It didn't happen this way. Whatever.
Yeah. You know what though? You never know. Could be true. So unless you're there, at the moment, you never know exactly what it is. So I never say one way or the other. Could be though. But I'm guessing they got a lot of pussy at that time. So probably I'm kind of leaning towards that route. There was a whole lot of wildlife in them bushes, if you know what I mean. Oh, shoot. They were seriously taking a chance back then.
Yeah, I was listening to Chris Rock video, I think it was, or I don't know who it was. Anyway, one of those comedians. And he said that there's only 3 things that are loved unconditionally. That's women, dogs, and children. Men are only loved by the condition that they provide something to another.
Freezing.
Did you get all that?
I didn't get any of it. You cut out, you disappeared, I heard nothing.
There's only 3 things that are loved unconditionally: dogs, children, and women.
I don't agree with the third one.
Men are only loved on the condition that they provide something.
Dogs and children, but not women.
Women are given the benefit of the doubt like 99% of the time.
And you cut out again.
99% of women are given the benefit of the doubt.
That's all I heard. What was the beginning of that?
Never mind.
I heard 99% of the women.
I mean, seriously, I hear 100% of everything you say, and then I get fucking like robotic. It sucks.
It could be me. Even though I redid the Wi-Fi thing this morning, I'm not sure. Are you on your deck or no?
I am.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because you'll start saying things and like, and then you go away, and I'm like, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, I get that.
Many of the young boys came out. Oh shoot, really?
Oh yeah, it's absolutely true. I mean, there's not a whole bunch of women out there that would date a man that's unemployed or with no money or nothing that he can provide to the relationship.
Yeah, it's probably me best. Yeah, because I've had problems with the Wi-Fi here. All right, cool. I'm glad. At least you can hear him. He cuts out for me. 99% of women give women the benefit of the doubt. Like they give the benefit of the doubt, or the other one. Hey, Navy vet.
No, men trust women 99%, and they don't know that they have like evil intentions.
Oh yeah, that's a big mistake, man. Because I've got to tell you, I always say Gary's a good guy and all that, but he's still a guy. Totally let me down at Daytona 2 years ago. Not going to say how or what, but
Yeah, I'm sorry you had
it's
to agree with that, but it is
man's
what it
man.
is.
Yeah, they're just fuck ups. It's not the same brain as women have, and it never will be. That's just human nature. So yeah, marrying them, you make your own bed, you sleep in it. But they're great for exercise and beating up. I'll give you dumb lessons for free.
No, I'm serious. I mean, you just literally proved my point. I mean, if women can't get something from a man, then they just throw them by the wayside and go on to the next one. It's what we call the cock carousel. Just next, next,
Not
next.
me. I've never done that. I hung around long enough to just wait for somebody to actually be worth my time. And so far, I've been let down all 3 times. But I'm still with this one. So I'm not comfortable with continually moving on to another one. So nope, that's not true. Because I can get it in the tone of your voice, your butt hurt. So that's your problem. But like I didn't move on yet. But the problem is like because I had fun in the beginning, but I don't know. It was kind of rough too because the problem with men is they're all about themselves ultimately, and the reason why is because that thing that's hanging between your legs just mentally fucks you up for some reason.
Yeah, no girl wants a nice guy. They always want the bad boy, treat him like shit, and then they can bitch and moan and complain about it. It's a vicious cycle.
I want a nice guy. I mean, Gary's a nice guy, but he's not a pussy. No, I don't like the bad guys, but I like them in movies, but I don't want one. I don't want those assholes. But I can hold my own. But the truth is that unfortunately, men are never going to be what you want them to be. It's just not going to happen. So you have to let the chips fall where they may and make the best of it. You know what I mean? I figured that out a long time ago. So especially if you spoil them as much as I did Gary in the past, you know.
Well, don't blame that. Don't blame Gary for that.
Well, I do. I'm not a man, so it's not me that's going out running around. So
Right, but if you spoil him, that's on you.
well, I don't spoil them a ton, but I don't mean spoil in that way, and I can't actually elaborate on what I'm talking about because it's a sexual thing. So the problem is guys get used to that, and then they think that sometimes it's always going to be that way. Now, of course, he's got his issues, so whatever works out good for me. I
Yeah.
know he ain't going anywhere and doing anything, but spoiled him in that way in the beginning. It was always expected, so I couldn't like actually just be a normal person that threw a t-shirt on and go out in the garden. It's always just like, hey, you want to call so and so tonight? I'm like, oh man, just leave me alone. That this is men, they're all the same. But it's their physical makeup, it's hormones, it's whatever, it's the species, they're a different sex than we are. It's what the earth created men to be. It is what it is. I think it's cool.
Yeah, and they put women on the planet just to, you know, change and manipulate men into what they want.
Not really. It's so you can make more of you guys. Not going to be able to do it without us. It goes both ways. See, butt hurt. I can see it in your voice.
That's not true. I'm not butthurt. It's just, you
You
know,
are. It's like you speak and I
no,
can hear it in the tone of your voice because you've gotten kicked in your balls. Then you're pissed off. Yeah, so I can hear it in your voice. I've been at this a long time, so I can tell. There's like what do you call it? Animosity towards women on a tiny scale in your voice. It comes out crystal clear. I get it. You know, if well, because you and C actually have something in common when it comes out. You had that whole narcissistic deal going on.
I am not a narcissist. I'll tell you
You're
that right now.
you're not. You said on the flip side, the female in your, like C said, he had the same deal.
I think it's just like brutal awareness. And then once you see it, you can see the red flags and you can see the character traits and all of that kind of thing. And then over time, it proves to be right.
Mm-hmm.
That's not having a crystal ball or anything. That's just, whatever makes her up to be her.
Yep.
I'm not saying it happens all the time, but it does happen on a certain level.
So Nicole said mine is emotional, nothing to do with money or what I can get from them. I can do for myself, and I want to manage, but not an asshole. I'm not yeah, I'm exactly the same with me, Nicole. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, if that were true, date a homeless person with no job, no security, no future, and you just love him. That would be true love. Anything else is, you're just using each other for, what you can get.
When I was first with Gary, he knew it. I was like the #1 graphics motorcycle company literally in the world, because when I started my site, was the first company to get licensed by motor corporations, and they didn't even know it was a woman. I made all the money before I kicked Steve the fuck out. Gary was working at Reva all the time, part-time at the shop, drove a busted up Ford Ranger. And I was with Gary because I knew him for years. I knew with his hands he made these beautiful bikes. He did good work, but I was miles ahead of him when I was first seeing him. It wasn't like it is now. So don't give me that crap. I had no problem with it. And by the way, he was leaving his wife and sleeping in the shop half the time. I was the one with a house. But Gary was cool. There was something beautiful about his personality and his demeanor that I loved. Plus, he played drums. He didn't have a giant house. He had no fucking. He was really good at saving his money and doing whatever, and had a great job at Reva. But it's not like he had a shop full of Vipers and Cobras and Shelbys. He had nothing when I started dating him. Absolutely nothing. In fact, it was the other way around, and he can tell you that. I revamped his whole business, rebuilt his websites, did his calendars. I gave up my business for that guy. And I dated him, and I'm 15 years down the road. I'm still with him. Money meant absolutely nothing to me. I was the one making it. And I had no problem being with him because he was fun. I could ride bikes with him. He was cute. And he was really fucking good in bed. So I didn't give a shit. So I'm the anti of what you just said. Not all women are what you think. But a lot of guys say that if they've been butthurt. They assume all women are like that. We're not all like that. I'm not. Because I can go out tomorrow. I don't give a shit if the guy has absolutely nothing. If you're cute and you're fun and I'm hanging out, because I can make my own way. I don't need a guy with anything. I don't give a shit. In fact, I don't want one, because they ultimately always have an attitude when they think I'm the man and I'm doing it. Because guess what situation I'm in now? Mr. I'm doing all of it now. And I have to constantly remind them, you weren't when we were first together, but whatever. It is what it is. So
well, it's not, because you're getting the kudos.
Butthurt point of view.
No, you're getting the kudos from what you did 15 years ago.
No, I'm not. He never gives me any credit, and I don't give a shit. I don't need it.
Well, you just said it on the internet, so I mean, you're getting the kudos.
I'm telling you that so you know it, because of what you brought up. I'm making a point here. I never say that in real life.
Right, but you didn't have to do any of that stuff, and Gary potentially could be at the same place in his business now and all that.
Nope. No, he wouldn't.
That sounds narcissistic.
It's not narcissistic. See, again, you've got this narcissistic problem. It's the first thing you always jump to. I'm a realist. The reality is, no, he wouldn't. He would actually have quite a flourishing business, but at the time he was only doing totally custom bikes. But Gary was completely illiterate with everything. So no, he would not. Teamwork is what got us to where we are now. Totally teamwork, hand in hand. He wouldn't have gotten as far as he is without me, and vice versa, by the way. So we wouldn't have what we have. I'm a realist, though. But the problem I have with you sometimes is you immediately go to the narcissist thing. I am about as far from that as you can get. But the problem most men have with me is I call a spade a spade. Men don't like that. Because again, I'm going to bring out that word. They get butt hurt.
But you might not be right in saying it.
When a woman brings it up. Right in saying what?
Whether I'm a narcissist or,
I didn't say you were. I just said you bring that up all the time. This is your favorite word to use. And I know about it because, Gary's family, particularly his mom, we've had that conversation but it's your favorite word to bring up. So I just, it goes in the memory banks, it's one of your favorite words to bring up all the time. So I'm not a narcissist by any means. I'm a realist. I just bring up stuff that I see. And then I remember.
I don't know. I'm kind of stuck on whether, just because it's a realist point of view, that it might not be what exactly it is. And you get the narcissistic supply from just coming out and saying it, whether you're right or wrong. You got the supply from saying it.
I never say it. I just said it because you brought up that subject.
No,
I was giving you actually an example because I actually never say it.
No, the example is that I'm butthurt and you think that I'm butthurt because of it, and you know that you're right. But I'm telling you you're not right.
Maybe I'm not then.
I'm just saying it's a possibility, but when you come out with a strong answer to something, it's like, how can you talk you down from that? I'm not gonna be argumentative. Your thoughts are your thoughts, but
you can be, because I like both sides of everything. So you could be right. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, when you said initially what you said, I had to tell you literally like how it actually was when I was first with Gary, because I don't think you knew. And immediately you claim that's like kind of a narcissistic thing and jump down my throat. I'm not like most of the women you've been with. It's not my deal, man. I love everybody, and I am about as far from narcissistic as you can get. But the reason why I gave you that example is because most people don't know it. And I've never said it because I keep shit to myself. And most of you don't know a lot of other crap either, which I will never actually say. So, but the problem is to categorize women all the same, that the reason why somebody says something has a narcissistic motive, that's about as far from the truth as you can get. So,
right. Nicole just said that I stereotype all women, and that may be true.
You do.
But women stereotype men every single day.
Not all of us. I don't.
See, you automatically go to the opposite standpoint, and I wasn't even talking about you. I was talking about what Nicole put in there, and I'm like,
the word is all, so all includes me because I'm a woman. I don't have a dick last time I checked. That's why I said that.
Right, but I have to sit here and knuckle under because, Nicole's a woman. She just put in chat that you stereotype all women. And I have to knuckle under because I'm a man, because this is a girl's channel. It's not right.
You don't. I don't care. Like I said, you know me. I don't give a shit about anything.
Right.
I'm on both sides. It's just the reality of it. You know what I
Right.
mean?
And that's the realism and the reality that all women, I will knuckle under, and I say 99%, do follow that frame of mind. What can I get out of this
All women?
relationship? No, not all women.
I don't.
99%. 99%.
Why 99%? Why not 90? I mean, how do you know?
Well, now you're just picking up semantics. I get that.
Not all women. I mean, I don't think that way. I never have. So, it's, yeah, right.
Yeah,
Neither
you
are
can
all
play
men. You're right.
you can play the numbers game, and you'd be right. But if we're staying on one topic, it's it just doesn't happen in the real world. In this, like I said, go out and date a homeless guy and fall in love and be there
But
forever.
it can happen in the real world. It happens in my world. You know,
Oh,
I'm like an uber aggressive woman sometimes. I do a
yeah.
lot of stuff that men do. I ride bikes, I fix my own cars and all that. The thing is, and Gary is with me. And the weird thing is, he's Italian and he likes to be like, I'm the guy and I want to do stuff. And I let him do things to a certain extent, but he lets me be my own person and vice versa. I almost completely agree with what Nicole said right there because that's what I pick up. I love reading people. And Nicole said usually only bitter people say that. I can literally, and it's a lot easier in men to pick stuff up than it is in women because women are master manipulators for the
Oh,
most part. Men, though, it's really hard for them to hide like kind of what they are, and I totally agree with that. But I've never actually, I don't know, the bucket that a lot of men put women in. I'm not in that bucket, and if guys think I am, well, fuck it.
well, I think women compare men all the time.
You know,
They want to upgrade from the last one, or they don't want something happen from the last one. It's a direct comparison, whether they admit it or not. You'll never
I
know.
don't. I'd actually, right now, at this point in my life, I'd rather be on my own and I just want exercise. I want to get a good beating, somebody to pull my hair and bend me over, and then I'm perfectly happy to open the door to my bedroom at night and go to bed by myself. That's actually what I really want.
Right, but that's just using a guy for sex. So I mean, you're getting something out of it. So that
Well, it's
proves my
not
point
like
right
you
there.
guys don't do that. You've been doing it your whole life. So
Absolutely.
there's something wrong with a woman doing that?
No, I'm not saying there's right or wrong. I'm just saying,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
you're Nicole's saying that it doesn't exist. You're saying
I'm
that you
being
don't do
honest.
it and you just admitted it. That's
Yeah.
just kind of
I would
where
love to do that.
the fine line of
I want
realism and
my garden,
hypocrisy
my
is
dog,
just
my animals, and I'd actually just love to get exercise whenever I want, exercise. And then actually, I'd like to kind of be like the guy that everybody thinks about and kick her out
right,
of the fucking door in the morning. That's what
right,
I want to do because I'm tired of this relationship bullshit.
right.
To be
Nicole
honest
just
with you.
said you can compare people from the past and you'll be disappointed.
That's right.
Notice how she said disappointed and not comparison. I mean, it's an automatic comparison. And then you say you don't do that. There's the hypocrisy. I mean, like you do it and don't do it. You say it and don't say it, but it happens, and just changing
I
the words
guess.
around doesn't make it right or wrong. It just shows the hypocrisy. I'm like,
Well, I've
admit that.
never compared anybody to anybody because if I would, I wouldn't even be with Gary now. Because my ex, like I said, had a mistress and a kid with her. I made friends with her too, and I helped him before he died. But I don't compare Gary to him. They were
Right.
friends and all that. I wouldn't because I'd wake up every day going, "Who'd you fuck today?" Which I never do. So I don't do that. So it's like putting people in a barrel, and not everybody's the same. You know what I mean? I'm totally not like that.
Yeah. The best life just said,
I could
don't blame
care
a
less.
shark for being a shark. And I'm like, that's true. And I can see that from both the woman and
Batteries.
man side,
I guess. Yeah, I like. I do have batteries. I have a lot of batteries. You know why? Because I live with a guy, right? They come in handy. Yeah, emotional. I'm what you see. Emotional relationships are just way too much work anymore.
Right.
I agree with that. When you get older, you start to see the forest for the trees, man. It's just not worth it. But it really isn't. Sometimes it isn't. You've been together long enough, like my parents were. But man, did they have their problems too. But ultimately, I think if you're a self-confident individual and you know who you are as a person, when you look at the mirror, you know exactly what you want out of a relationship. And that's me. And I know a lot of people kind of bust my nuts because I'm like, oh, I'll throw out a bustier and whip the shit out of you. I used to routinely do that, and I have fun doing that, and I have a good night of sex, so whatever, dirty Nikki. But I'm a good person too, if you come to my house, I'll feed you. If you've got a problem, I'll help you. But I know exactly who I am and what I want. I guess maybe not a lot of people are like that, men and women, since men are becoming so pussified nowadays and butthurt with what people are thinking and whatever else. But it's not
Right, but
me.
that's a generalization, and that tells me that you're more of a dominant personality and more of an
I
alpha
am.
thinker and all that kind of thing.
I'm not a
And
sub. Yeah.
you're looking for that kind of relationship or would be lifestyle in the future. Um,
No, I'm not. Not at my age. I'm over all that stuff. I'm not into that anymore.
well,
Well,
then why'd you just say it? I mean, that's not the you know I don't have any respect for a guy that's going to let his wife whip him. I mean, that's just he's a complete fucking
oh no, Gary
piece
never
of
let
shit.
me do that. Actually, I was talking free Gary.
Oh no, no, I wasn't.
Yeah,
I didn't say Gary's name. You did.
yeah. No, Gary's actually the. It's like it kind of goes both ways, but Gary's the dominant in our relationship. Yeah, Gary was never. Believe me, I would have. We used to make jokes. I would have tried, but Gary's like, oh hell no, he's an Italian. That ain't happening. So no, that was just fun with men that are complete little pussies. Yeah, because that's a man-woman thing, But hell no, Gary would never do that. And the truth is, I like feeling like a woman around the guy. So I actually would never be able to have a relationship or live with a guy that I actually had a few that would be in that situation. I'm not living with a pussy.
Yeah, it's just my opinion that if you can't have the male alpha role and you know be the guy, then you have no business being in a relationship, being you know a subservient or whatever the hell that deal is, and letting a woman being powerful than you are. It just doesn't register in my brain.
No, nature wasn't made that way. So
And
I
I
agree with
I
that.
don't feel
Yeah,
bad.
because I wouldn't be with a guy that would be a sub. It's just, it's not very attractive.
No, I don't feel bad for like single moms and stuff like that, because it's got to be, just from what I've seen and heard and conversed and all that stuff, that they have to be the woman and the man in a family structure or in a relationship, dating and stuff like that. Because there's definite woman roles and there's definite man roles. And I think that women would really love to, wear the skirt all the time and be the woman that they know how to be for, 30, 40 years. Where
All
I
the
have no,
time? No, I don't think so. Not all the time. You're wrong. So you think what am I gonna do? Jump on my Harley in a skirt? Well, I've kind of done that actually, but that skirt had shorts built into it.
now I think you just like disagreeing with me.
It's not that. I'm just saying. You think
See?
I'm sitting here thinking I want to be in a skirt all the time? Fuck no. I want to go change my own oil, tires, jump on my motorcycle. I love doing that stuff. But the thing is, that doesn't make you a man or a woman. That just makes you somebody able to do a chore. It's a chore. But somehow a tag got attached to it like only men do that. And only men do that. So I like doing that kind of stuff. But if you're the kind of guy that thinks I want to be in a skirt all day long, ha, you're not the guy for me, man. By the way, I like running around naked. What are you gonna do about that? I don't wear a skirt when I do that. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for that tirade, but you think I was talking about the clothing. I was talking about the feminine personality.
Yeah, you're
I have
talking about us being pussies all the time.
no, that's not what I'm saying. Don't put
Yeah,
words
you
into my mouth. I'm
you want
saying that there are a lot of things that women know how to do that men just have no they have no business doing because I have no idea what it's like to be a woman. It
right?
has nothing to do with motorcycles or clothing or something like that. But it's like making plans and taking care of things and
I get that.
that kind of thing. Relationship stuff.
Yeah, but honestly, tell the truth. You prefer women to be, for the most part, in a subservient role to you in your household.
No, that's not true. I want somebody that's going to be an equal partner.
Hmm, I'm not buying
Well, that's your choice to believe or not believe.
it. I don't think so. You have a very strong personality. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think it's good, but I think I see you have a very strong personality, and ultimately, I don't see you as having an equal household all in all. I really don't. It's just not your personality.
Opinions vary.
Hang on a second.
Enjoy your woodcutting, best life. A woman will be out there helping you stack it. See, that's where you get into the, you do one half and she does the other. That'll piss off the cat.
Uh-oh. I hope I don't get busted. I just light one up quick in the bathroom. Oh,
Smoking in the
I did
boys'
not.
room.
I know, right? I did not fart. That was the chair. Oh my god. Yeah, you know what? My ideal guy, I always wanted to be a girly girl that's like, well, sometimes that's like cool. And I wanted him to be like the man's man and all that. But at the same time, I want a guy at the same time to step aside and kind of like let me be myself and do what I do. And for the most part, that's like how Gary is, because my ex was not that way. Um, he was kind of that way, but not exactly. But the thing is, I notice as time goes on now, especially now that Gary has his issues, and I'm not going to say what they are, it's gotten weird. And
Right, but
that
that's
actually put a rift in our relationship. Yep, because he wasn't like that before.
yeah,
You
and
know,
that goes back to my saying. That was a direct comparison.
yeah,
So
it's weird. It's interesting experiment to me how relationships and sexism works in a roundabout way. I'm not saying in a
right,
like
it's got it has its place.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's really weird. And I'll be honest with you because for the like Daz is our best friend and all that, and I can shoot off a few. And there's more than just a few that kind of they love hanging out with us and everything else, but I can tell by what they say and what they do, that there's not a lot of those guys that actually we hang out with and deal with that could ever actually put up with me. It'd be really difficult. I'm an extraordinarily difficult person to put up with. I've acknowledged that over time, so I kind of take a step back when Gary gets angry with me. I'm like, oh my God, as a man, this must be so frustrating because I'm the antithesis of his mom. I'm totally the opposite. And he doesn't know how to deal with it, you know.
Or
Um,
he likes it because that's what he's used to. If you're both strong and domineering, then men tend to date their moms, and boys tend to date their or yeah, boys tend to date their moms, and girls tend to date
well,
their daddies.
well, like he married his mom in a way. She was kind of trailer trash, but she was very domineering and narcissistic and all that crap, which is how his mother is. Although I'm not putting anything against his mom, because his mom, she does everything for everybody in her own way. She tries to be a good person and all that.
Right, but is she doing
But
it to manipulate? Because she said she's a
yes,
narcissist, so it's not
exactly.
actual genuine. It's not a genuine kind of emotion.
It's not. Yeah, she does it to manipulate, which I
Right.
noticed almost from the get go.
Right. If you
And
do it,
that's
you're
not
doing
my
it for
deal.
reasons like you're pissed or,
Right.
something's happening. You're not doing it
Yeah.
to manipulate Gary. You're doing it because there's a fucking reason behind it.
Right. Yeah. No, I don't need to, because my whole thing is like I'm a retreater. So it's just like when shit gets really I'm like, you know what? I'm out. I just go to a corner or I leave completely. I just don't want to deal with it.
Right.
Or
But then that
people
stuff
or
never gets
anything else,
resolved.
you know.
And
It's just
people
like
tend
my
to use
thing.
that shit
And then
later
I get
on in
sad,
a,
you know.
for ammo in a fight. So that's the bad thing about people that retreat. It just happens that way. It's not against you or anything. It's just the shit never gets resolved.
No, it doesn't. And it's actually mentally devastating sometimes, to be honest with you. But I've
Right.
realized
Because
it over the years. But I know how to deal with it. You know what I mean? And the thing is, sometimes you have to be smart enough and almost lenient enough to give in and let the other person be who they are, which is why I'm pretty sure we lasted this long, you know.
right.
Whereas a
I'll,
lot
I'll
of other people have not in their
I'll actually
relationship.
agree with that, only to the point where I'll agree to the conversation and I want to discuss it because there has to be like something more behind it that fuels that, and that's like
Maybe.
the actual problem. And then that actual problem builds up over years and stuff like that, that you're like, well, fuck, why didn't we take care of this years ago? I could have told you there was X, Y, or Z, and then it would have been dropped then. And then I could have had something else happen in that time
Oh,
period
yeah.
to piss you off.
Well, I
Where it's not
agree with that to a point, but my X, Y, or Z problems have nothing to do with Gary, because he just kind of plunders along in life, works hard, and does his thing. Mine are far deeper rooted than that, and it's before him, so I try and keep that away from him, which is bad in a way because you build a wall between you and that other person that they
I hate
can't like completely get beyond. But that's not my problem. Not at this point in my life, you know.
well, I mean, I hate to say it again, and this is not anything to make fun or anything, but
You cut out.
those things that you have like deep rooted are triggers.
He knows
And
what they are. It's my
it
son. A lot of
now
stuff that happened. He actually
now
knows what they are, but
now
I
if he
I don't bring them up. Yeah.
now if he brings them up like he's pushing your buttons, that's actually emotional abuse.
No, he never brings them up at all.
But if you think about it, if Gary does something, that's on you. But then it's up to you to bring it up. Like, okay, I wish you wouldn't say that because that triggers me. And then he's like, oh shit, sorry, I didn't mean it. And he can explain, and then it wouldn't be a fight, and you wouldn't take it as abuse. It would just be like literally a mistake in speaking. Because
We do that, but
typically,
we don't fight. We actually truly never have in 15 years. Because I realize that I'm one of the rare few that kind of has a brain in my head, and I get it because I know how complicated and difficult I am sometimes for another person looking on the outside in. So I don't even go there, you know. It's just I wait for him to go to work and I internalize crap and I just kind of do it on my own, you know. And he knows because
Yeah.
sometimes
So
he'll
all
look
that.
at me and go, "Oh, that's what you were thinking about. I know what you're thinking." Or he'll feel really bad when a certain date comes up, whatever. He doesn't say it, but I can read it in him, you know. So it works out good because that's like a mutual communication that you have if you actually understand each other. You know what I mean?
Right, but that's a non-communication because you're assuming and inferring something that Gary didn't even say.
Yeah, but the problem with men is men don't want to sit around and have girl talk for hours and hours. He's tired after 12 hours, wants to come home, eat his dinner, sit down, and then at some point, maybe on Sunday, we'll talk about certain things. There's nothing worse. Like if I was a guy, I wouldn't want to come home after a long day of work and this woman just fucking jumps on me with her bullshit. I don't want to hear it because the truth is I'm like that and I'm a woman. You know, like if you come home with me with that shit, I'm out. I'm out of
Right,
here.
but how fair
You know,
how fair is it to him to be working like 12 hours a day and you're internalizing and think not you, but the woman would be thinking and internalizing all day, and then they give him both barrels when it comes home and he's like completely freaking blindsided by it. That just there's a lot to be
I don't
said
know if
about that.
you're describing your situation, but that doesn't happen in my house. So he's never
No, but you
blindsided.
just no, but you just gave that as an example.
No,
If you're
I
internal,
said
yeah, you did.
I
You're
don't
internalizing all
double
day.
barrel him ever. He comes home, I'm like, "What's up, baby?" And he goes to the living room, and I throw him his dinner in front of him, and that's it. Then I go back in front of my computer, I do my thing. He watches his TV, and the night goes on. I don't ever double barrel him. I double
That's
barrel
why.
people on the internet. I don't double
That's
barrel
why.
him.
That's why I said I wasn't talking about you. I was just saying about this situation that you were talking
Oh,
about,
okay. I was gonna say, yeah,
hypothetically.
you jump
And
down my
even though
throat like I double barrel him. I don't, and I never does. Yeah. I don't or never do. I don't I don't do that.
Jesus, I'm getting it from you and I'm getting it from the fucking chat. I'm like, I said hypothetically.
No,
I mean,
I'm
give me a
just saying
fucking break,
it's not my
people.
style. The weird thing is a lot of people have like such a fucking impossible time figuring me out, especially men. I just don't do that. And for some reason, men do not accept that crap. I don't know why. I guess maybe there's such a tiny percentage of women that just don't do that, that maybe it's impossible to deal with, especially if they're, butt hurt and have gone through that crap where they're constantly double barreled and manipulated by women. But the truth is, I don't have the energy for that shit, so I'll split before I even go into that garbage because I don't have the energy for it, man. I've had way too many other problems in my life. I don't give a crap. You know what I mean? I truly don't. And that's actually another big problem because even men sometimes they want feedback. I found out in my history with men sometimes that men actually are more needy than women are. And it drives me nuts because you wouldn't think that as a whole. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, she didn't talk to me. She didn't answer me. What's she thinking right now? When all I'm thinking is, shut the fuck up and leave me alone. you know?
Well,
I don't
how
want
would he
to
know if you're
bother.
not vocalizing it?
Oh, I vocalized it sometimes, you know, and that's all I've got to say because he gets it.
No, it's just
Again,
hard to have a man woman discussion. And
it is. Well, we're from different planets, totally different animals. It's never going to be, if you've got a little bit of vagina in you and I've got a little bit of dick, then we'll be on level ground, but we never will be, because we aren't. We're different creatures. And that's the beauty of it. Men will never figure out women, and women kind of can figure men out. You want dinner
oh,
or
of
remote
course,
control and a
you
blowjob. It's
right.
it's
You're
easy.
you're a woman, so you have to take that standpoint. And you just generalized, but not anyone is in the chat is going to call you out on generalization.
I wish
But
they
boy, I
would.
just got my fucking ass handed to me for generalizing women. So see how See how this shit fucking works, everybody?
Yeah, see, your butt hurt already. That proves my
But you
point.
call it butthurt, but you don't come up with saying, "Oh yeah, I apologize to you in the chat for generalizing." It's just it is what it is, and I'm like, that's where the hypocrisy comes in, and I'm just gonna let it go from now on and just let it happen.
I don't get it. See, I don't like that word either, man, because the thing is, I like to let shit flow the way it does. I kind of wish everybody would be even and not overthought things and had these mental fucking issues, between men and women, because I've never been that way. When I was growing up, I always wanted to be a boy because my father never had one. So I dug down and I took motors apart and I did all kinds of crap, but I had to see myself through my dad's eyes. I was never the son that he wanted because he never had a boy. But I was the next best thing, I guess, because I was the eldest. And the thing is, maybe that's kind of what made me what I am. I don't know. I was always trying to prove myself. But that sucks, man, because for me, like I said, on any given day with my friends, when I hop on my motorcycle, I just want to go out. And you know that expression, you want to be one of the boys. Literally, you want to be one of the boys. I'm not a girl. I'm on my bike. We're hanging out. And we all talk to each other like everybody's the same. That's what I like. I can't stand it when people try to analyze shit. I just don't like it because I spend way too much time analyzing myself. I don't need it at the end of the day. When I go out and try to have fun with people, because I really don't want to analyze anybody else. Ultimately, when I look at you and speak to you, I know, you know what? This is a person I can hang out with without that underlying bullshit with, oh my God, are her feelings hurt right now? Why isn't she talking to me and all that? Because I'm just scared and I don't want to.
That's just a friendship. Oh, I get what you mean. I get it.
Yeah, you should. Because sometimes people read too much into shit, and it just is what it is,
Believe me, I understand what you're saying.
It is with me, because like I said, most of my friends are men, not women. And most of the girls that I've made really good friends with, I have better friends here, like Nicole's one of them, in the last couple of years than I've ever had in my lifetime that are girls. But you know what? You end up coming on a community and you whittle it down to, you figure out who people are and all that. You don't have that opportunity when you're in person because you're limited. There are not that many people around, you know what I mean? But the truth is, the majority of the friends that I've got are men. Maybe because of the motorcycles and cars, I don't know. But it's because I can relate to them too, and they like me for who I am, and they're really cool with it.
Right, and maybe the guys aren't, two-faced gossiping bitches.
They're not at all. They're really cool. They're fun, and again, like, I don't even let that get to me. I could care less. Like when somebody runs up to me like, oh my God, somebody on YouTube just said this, that, and the other thing I don't give a shit. You know how easy it is? I can take my right hand and close a deck lid and I'm on with my life. I have plenty of work around me. I could care less. That conversation ends when I close the lid on my laptop. That's about how important that is to me. It's not.
Right, but it's obviously happened and you're talking about it with your laptop open, so that's kind of interesting.
Well, I'm hanging out with you because I love you and everybody's in here. So, so I'm just saying.
No, it was enough of a point of contention to bring it up now because it actually happened.
When people are bickering and stuff like that, I can't stand it because it's just not my style. It's not who I am. I don't know.
It's like making fun of people. I get it.
I like making fun of people in a lighthearted, funny kind of way.
Right.
I don't make a point of my entire life, saying this guy said that and now we're going to have a 6-hour conversation about it. Why? Life is too short. I could care the fuck less. Because if it's somebody that showed up in some chat on YouTube, like I said, it's as easy literally as shutting your fucking lid. I have much bigger problems in my life to deal with. That means
I know the example you're talking about.
Maybe I actually wasn't referring to anybody in particular at the moment. I was just making an example. But, you know, I think this is where everybody needs to get because they're focusing way too much time and energy on what everybody thinks and says about them. And I've said this 1,000 times before. I literally do not give a shit what anybody says or thinks about me. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me. You know what I mean? Really doesn't. I don't give a crap. And the people that really know me know that I'm not lying. I don't give a shit, you know? But the truth is, if you knock on my door and you need help, my door is wide open and I'll give you everything I've got. If you're
Right,
not
but that's
a fucking
that's
asshole,
that's talking apples and oranges, though.
it's not. Because I have a big heart. I don't like it if people talk about other people. And like I said, it's easy to end that by shutting the lid. And I literally don't give a shit because it's such chicken shit in the grand scheme of what's happening on Earth right now. And
Right, but
people put
talking about
way
a
too
laptop
much.
is apples, and talking about somebody coming to your door needing help is oranges.
Well,
So
I'm
that's
just saying when I hear people, getting all like that, it's like the people are just like, did you hear what so and so said? And I can't believe he said that, and he's thinking this and that about me. And oh my God, people are putting way too much time and energy about what even one person thinks about them. Who cares? There's a whole big wide world out there. I don't give a
yeah,
shit.
but the
You know,
damage that can be done socially from somebody doing that,
so
and
what?
the
Socially, what socially does that affect your? Shut the lid, dude. I mean, if it affects you socially, then there's a much bigger problem there, because we're talking a bunch of letters on a screen, somebody talking, and if it affects you socially, this is a pseudo
well,
relationship
this is our modern
on
day
a
social.
computer that's easy to
This is
solve,
our
man.
modern day social. This is
Not
our
to me.
modern day social engagement.
Well, it's part of it. I mean, if that's 100% of everybody's social engagement every day, then that's a problem because that's not good. It's not mine, you know.
Right. If this platform is where that social disengagement is happening, it of course wouldn't affect, you going down in the lobby and having a smoke, talking to other people because it's a different platform. But if somebody were in the hotel or in the restaurant or at the shop saying something, that's a different social platform and you can deal with it accordingly.
That's right. And I do, actually. And I have in the past.
Oh
But
yeah.
that's different. That's face to face.
But if you
That
don't know what's
social
happening,
interaction is totally different.
no, well, it's totally different, but it's still social engagement.
It is. I put it like this. I've said this before. I've probably never said it to you. I'm a big time poker player, tournament player. I was back then big time. And the thing is, when poker went online, it's the same thing as like initially I would do tournaments to where the only tournaments where you go in the building and I'm sitting at a table in front of a bunch of people. I see all of them in real life. I look at them. When I go online, there's a pseudo table with pseudo icons running around and pseudo people. And the only way I know how to judge them is by what they throw out when the cards hit the table. And they can type and say whatever they want in chat. This is not the person because I can't see them. I can't see their body language. I can't hear in their voice exactly what they're saying. It's exactly what you're saying now. And so I got really good at the online thing, even figuring out when I've never even saw or heard a person's real voice, just by chatting their actions, what they were doing. And that's kind of a perfect analogy to what you were saying right now. It really is. And the truth is,
I
doesn't really matter, you know.
Oh, so all of that was just to culminate to it doesn't matter, or what was the actual? How do
Well,
you
I'm
like
saying
glue
this,
all that together?
see here, anybody can have any personality and any name, and some of us have got to know each other, but do we really? I don't know, because we haven't had personal social interaction at all. So truthfully, anybody could be anybody still, regardless, even if you see them on screen, trying to do stuff. I've gotten it down to a few like you and Nicole and C and a few that I respect deeply and I love a lot and I miss if I don't see you. But do you really know? Not really, but it's a pseudo world technically, what you're talking about. And then my whole point is when you've got an issue with something and people focus so much attention all day, it's like all day the whole subject is whatever somebody said last night. I mean, really? It's cool to bring it up for 5 minutes, but you know, this is something that literally happens online. Everybody's got their own agenda and what have you. So it's just a total waste of time, in my opinion. I don't.
Yeah, that's the scary part, is not knowing the agenda.
Yeah, with certain people, but see, again, see that I noticed over time too. That bothers you more than it bothers me. Certain people have agendas, whatever. If I think they have, and then eventually it doesn't work out to the point where red flags go up, I just ignore it and I get on with my life. I don't sit there trying to figure out what the hell is your agenda and whatever. I don't care because I have much bigger fish to fry, like I always say. You know what I mean? There's a much bigger
Yeah,
world
but if
out
it's
there
a
than worrying about what one or two people's agendas are. And I know there are some serious agendas out there, but you know what? Eventually, the mass amount of people will figure some of that out, hopefully, and get smart. Because I know what you're talking about as far as a lot of these people, money and all that. I get that. But, at the end of the day, I've got much bigger fish to fry. It means nothing to me at the end of the day. I don't care because it's a computer. I'm looking at a screen, I mean, everybody kind of has to think that way. You know what I mean? Everybody made their little cult clique in there, and it's like, I support this, I support the other thing. And then it's like high school almost. That one said this, and we're going with that one. I'm not in high school anymore. I'm too old for this shit. I could care less.
right,
You
but
know,
it's happening as we speak.
could be. Who cares? I don't give a shit. I mean, what's going to happen? Am I going to go to the shop and my Duke gas, run out of gas and I won't be able to ride them at the end of the day? No. So who
Yeah, but
cares?
that's apples and oranges. I mean, we're
Does that have
talking
an
about
effect
staying
on
on
me?
topic and
Really?
staying on the platform. But if it happens online and people are saying bad stuff around,
Yeah.
and then people start believing this shit, or doesn't have to be bad shit, it just be anything, and then those people don't come back to you and ask you, I mean, that's
Oh,
clicky bullshit. That's I haven't had that shit happen since like grade 5. Give me a fucking break.
exactly.
It's literally hilarious that they take so much time to do this, but the only person that gets hurt is the one being talked about, and they're in the fucking dark. They don't even know what's happening.
Not really. How are you getting hurt? Let's say 5 people on 5 different channels talk shit about you. You know how easy it is to get rid of that? You close the lid and you get on with your life. These are people that are trying to magnify themselves by talking about somebody else. It's just like the bully in school. When you get rid of that, it goes away. It's not like you're running a huge business locally and there's 15 people inside that business talking about you that physically and monetarily hurt your business. You're talking about high school bullshit, gossip, like people used to throw notes around. The easiest way to fix that is get off the fucking internet and shut the lid. I mean, I do it all the time, and then that way they won't talk about you. I mean, that shit used to happen to me in school all the time, and it sucked to the point where I had to confront somebody on the front lawn. That's physical, and it worked. We ended up being friends. But when it happens on here, who cares? Because I laugh about that sometimes. I'm like, you know what? There's much bigger problems in the world than who's butt hurting somebody else on the internet. To me, it's kind of funny and it's fun to talk about sometimes. It's good cannon fodder. But I mean, really? Who cares? It's not high school anymore. You know, this is grown adults saying so and so did this and that, and he's fucking being ridiculous. When it's all said and done, how did you benefit from any of that at the end of the day? Nobody does. Because at the end of the day, if you're an adult with a house, you have a mortgage to pay, you've got bills to pay, you have to feed yourself. Some of us have children, you know, and all that crap. And what are you going to do? Oh my God, you know, I can't take you to school today because so and so said something on a YouTube channel. Really? You know, to me, it's so inconsequential. It's ridiculous. And people are putting way too much weight in it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if you continually talk apples and oranges, that's true. That's very true.
What's apples and oranges? It's just fact.
Well, no, it's not fact, because if somebody's saying something on the internet, how does that, you know, affect me driving my kid to school? It's just they don't intermix at all, unless there's something happening in the real life that the internet has some connection to or something like that.
Maybe.
So if it's an internet,
but that's rare. Like when you're talking so and so is flaming the other one in that one's chat, and three of those are now on the other one's chat, and I can't believe they're over there because they were in that one. It's literally like high school. Why aren't you in that clique instead of that one? At the end of the day, that doesn't matter. But I get it. If somebody's stalking somebody and then in real life suddenly they're like, holy crap, I think they're outside in the woods outside my window, then it gets real. I get that. But that's so rare, you know, in the large group that everybody hangs out with. It's just a nonsensical argument. You know what I mean? Like if somebody goes, I think Nikki's a whore and she's promiscuous or she's whatever, I'll just laugh and I could care less. I'm not even going to defend myself. You know, hey, maybe next time I'll just take my fucking shirt off because I don't give a shit. You know, because to me that's just words and it doesn't matter. You know, I'm used to that crap growing up, you know, in school with that garbage.
right?
It's
But
hurting me.
any defamation online gives you just half the side of the conversation, if there's any conversation at all. It could be somebody just saying ridiculous shit.
Could be. I don't care. At the end of the day, I go outside, I hit my garden, I do whatever I'm doing the
Again,
same
that's
way
not
I've always done. Doesn't
right.
bother me.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the online community, and it's defamation. It's bad. It's hurtful. You know, there's a lot of human beings on the sides of these computer screens, and it can be hurtful. And when you talk about it a lot, then it starts to drive that point home or whatever, and that's where you get the division, the cliques, the, you know, you're not on my team, you know, or whatever, and it's
I don't
real.
like that either. I don't like that, you know, that whole you're on my team, you're on the other one, whatever. Yeah, right, Nicole, you're right. It bothers you so much where it affects your real life. Yeah, because
Right.
it's ridiculous. I don't care who's talking about me. I don't sit there and text people and go, I don't know why, you know, he's not answering me or he's not texting me or whatever. I could care the fuck less. At the end of the day, if I'm off, you know, aside from my few close friends, I don't care what goes on. You know, at the
Okay.
end of
Now,
the day, when I look out the window, I've got real life fucking problems going on. You know, I need surgery on my foot. You think if somebody calls me a slut online, that's going to affect what's happening with my foot? Not really. It affects
okay.
that person because that person has no character and they have nothing better to do than act like they're in high school and talk shit. And the fact that anybody makes a big deal out of it to where you give them enough, you know, airtime to even talk about that crap, just I don't get it. I never have. And some people say you have this I don't give a shit attitude. It's not I don't give a shit. I give a shit about stuff that affects me and that actually is important. At the end of the day, this is what's cool about the internet. You can just shut the fucking lid. It's great. And then the dingbats of the world that have no life, they just go away. Done deal. They can go to another channel with more trailer trash that doesn't know how to talk.
All right. I hear what you're laying down. I got all the code. Fantastic.
I'm just saying. I don't make a big deal out of what, or put a lot of weight into what people say online, you know. I really don't. There's so much more important things happening, and I like the fact that I made a few really good friends on here, you know. That's the beauty of the internet. But when it comes to everything else, I'm not so wrapped up in it to where I'm like, you know, that group is involved with that and the other one's involved with that. I'm that's just not my style, man. I'm looking out for people that are respectful and what I believe to be honest, including ones that I've met personally and I know, you know, so, and that's as far as it goes for me. Everything else for me, I keep myself guarded, even though it
Yep.
doesn't seem that way. You know,
I heard every word. I appreciate it, and I'll take that advice.
I don't know. I think that, see, again, this is another thing where social media has managed to completely divide and confuse individuals. It's very simple what I'm saying. You get online, you make good friends, but at the end of the day, you walk outside, get in the sunshine, and there's a whole nother world out there, you know? You don't sit there and um, harp about dumb things that you see happening in chat or whatever. I don't know. To me, it's just a waste of energy, especially when you get to be my age. You know what I mean? I get it. When you're in high school, it's fun, but not when you're our age. It's like there's a lot of other things to deal with. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I know, like everybody's like, so and so said something on the internet. And then Gary walks to the door, tests himself, and he's at 480 blood sugar wise. Do you think at that moment that I care about anything anybody said online? Because for most people, if they stab themselves and their blood sugar's at 480, they're calling an ambulance. This is my point. There's real world important stuff going on besides people being obsessed about what anybody else thinks about them. And I'm going to tell you again, I literally do not give a shit what anybody thinks about me. Never have, and I never will. Because at the end of the day, I'll jump on my motorcycle and ride off in the sunset. I don't give a flying fuck what anybody thinks about me. I've always said it, and I mean it. And a lot of you actually should kind of do that. I don't get you, Miguel. Your sentence makes no sense to me. I have no husband, and I don't plan on it ever again. I'm not sure what that means.
No, I get what you're laying down, big time.
Yeah, I know, because I know in a way that you're the same. I have a few other people on here that I know are as well. But on the flip side of the coin, you're a man, so I get it. You got slapped around by a bitch a couple of times, so I get it. Gary is the same, by the way. His ex was an idiot. Miguel, I still don't get it. I'm gonna have to grab it. You remember the email or message I sent you yesterday, Wizard? You're seeing it, right? Yeah, Susanna. Yeah. I think that's the thing too. We've all gotten trapped in this. Me, Wizard, Nicole, Susanna, a lot of us over the last, let's say collectively, let's narrow it down to 6 months. But I think if we just look at it in a different way and just kind of, you know, poof it away like Wizard can do with his wand or whatever.
Yeah, well, I'll actually come out on the internet and tell Susanna the reason why I asked her to unmod me from her channel.
Why?
Because when she was on there, when you're moderating a channel, you're protecting the creator and you're protecting the chat, and whatever the creator wants you to do is what you do. So she was on there trying to vent and, you know, get things out and all that kind of thing, and people were jumping in saying, "Oh my God, what did I miss? What did I miss? Fill me in." And I said, "No, I'm not going to do that. If she wants to do that, she can. Whether she does it or at this time in the chat or on vocal or whatever." And one of the other moderators was just spewing out all this business and catching up people when they came in the chat, said it like 3 or 4 times. And I'm like, I can't be, you know, party to somebody that wants to keep the gossip machine going. And what that, every time this person said it, this moderator said it, hurt Susanna even more, because it was like, in my mind, it was like, you know, scraping a scab and making her hurt more. So I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to be party to that.
Yeah.
And I, you know, respectfully bowed out. Had nothing to do with her, but it had something to do with not respecting her wishes. And I'm not going to be on a moderating team that's not going to be on the same, you know, line of thought as their creator.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I'm sorry if you never wondered that, but
Yeah.
that was the reason, Susanna. And, you know, I love you dearly, but I just can't be involved with a moderating team that's not going to listen to the creator and essentially hurt the creator every time that they're in blue and you're trying to do something. It's just
she said
that
she
won't work for
unmodded
me.
so many people after that. Yeah, I think about that too. See, yeah, particularly you, Nicole, and Wizard. Yeah, and there are very few others on that list, but yeah, I do too. Yeah, yeah, Wizard's like a
Now I
pain in
take
my
strength.
fucking ball sack sometimes, but I love Wizard.
Besides,
who the hell
you
else
know,
am I going to talk to at 6 in the morning?
I really think it's a strength when you can come out and be like brutally honest and it's not hurting someone, but they're always like, I always wondered why Wizard, you know, in an open chat said, I want you to unmod me, you know, and I should have, you know, said it earlier, but I take strength in that because it is honest. And I did have, you know, good reasons to do that. May have sounded really fucked up at the time, but you know, it means more to me now that I can be open and honest with Susanna.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. I like that. Oh, I can't spell. Yeah. No, I totally get it.
Sam here. You have dumb thumbs in the morning too, huh? Fucking nerd.
Yeah. Fuck off. I don't know why the E didn't take. I think there's something sticking in there. It's like I gotta hit it like harder. Damn it. Hang on, let me put the thing up 2 points because it's getting cold in here.
That's a good way of thinking. See, I think of you the same way. I have random thoughts about most of the creators, and you know, what are they getting into? Are they safe? You know, what's their next project? You know, all that kind of stuff.
Yes, he's like Mr. Private Trenchcoat, Inspector Gadget. I gotta tell you, see, I'm in love with that. Oh, it's a shame Virginia went to sleep. I would have God, I wanted to show her that box. That box is amazing. Oh man,
Oh, with the German Bible in it, or no, or the camera.
the Japanese one,
Oh,
and
I didn't see that.
it's occupied Japan. Yeah, it's so cool. Oh
I just
man,
got told by my mom the other day that you can actually date Chinese pottery that has like letters in it on the
hmm
bottom of the pottery.
hmm
That sometimes it said made in Japan, and then sometimes it said like made in occupied Japan or something like that.
right.
And it's they had to do that because of like World War II or something like that, or I'm not sure how that actually worked out.
That's right. It's usually
But
1940s. Yeah.
yeah, but it's just in words you can actually, we were saying the other day you can break a timeline and figure
Mhm.
it's between this and this, if it's just Farvo glass or if it's like Ming Dynasty or whatever. There's a monetary difference from it, so that's weird.
Oh, big time. Yeah. I thought everybody knew that. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I have a lot of occupied Japan things, and when he's like, "I have an occupied Japan box," I was like, "What?" Because that's the thing you'll usually see on the bottom, OCC Japan or occupied Japan. And
Yep.
those are the ones that are collectible. I mean, there is some stuff you'll find that's like
Does
made
C
in
have a
Japan.
sticky
Right
keyboard?
after that, that's collectible. But yeah, his is occupied Japan. Show her your box. Yeah, I can show you. The box is gorgeous. It's really
Somebody's
beautiful.
got a sticky keyboard.
Yeah, occupied Japan. Most of the stuff is pretty collectible. I mean, they have different things just like we do. There's some that are cheaper and some that are not so
I don't
collectible.
know the
But
dates, but I was just
isn't that basically late
I don't know the
1940s?
dates per se, but I mean you can look it up between like Jesus.
Late 1940s. Yeah. I've got a lot of this stuff. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'm showing them the box. See, there you go. This is gorgeous. Now look at this thing. Wait, let me clear out this crap here. That's the top of it. And this thing is clean. It's beautiful. And that is the. Wait, let me fix this so I don't dock them. All right, there's the inside. It's so clean. Seems like brand new almost. It's the inside open. It's gorgeous. Yeah, it's beautiful. And there's other stuff in there. I wish I could share it, but yeah, wow. Just really cool stuff. I had to share the box. Sorry, so you can spank me later, but it's really cool. I didn't think you'd care. Oh, Wizard lost his connection. That's my cue. I need a break. A quick smoke break. Oop. All right. I'm out. Sorry. I had to take a break for a second. All right. I'm out. I gotta do a couple of things, and I might be on later on this afternoon. Once Hondo busts my balls about, gotta do some rush. So, I love you guys, and we're gonna go out for now. Peace.